The galaxy in the 30th millennium groaned under the weight of endless ambition. The Emperor's great crusade swept across star systems like a tide of iron and flame, bringing compliance to worlds that had forgotten Terra's light during the long night of Old Night. On 10,000 battlefields, Space Marines fought alongside army regiments and Mechanicus forces, reclaiming humanity's birthright among the stars. Yet even in this age of reconquest, some wounds cut deeper than war could heal. In the void above the Forge world, Lucius, battle raged between Imperial forces and the last defenders of techno-barbarian clans who had ruled this world for millennia. The planet's great manufactorums blazed like dying suns as drop pods and gunships descended through smoke-choked skies. Among the gleaming vessels of the expedition fleet, a disturbance began to manifest in the fabric of reality itself. The warp rift opened without warning, tearing through space like a wound, carved by an invisible blade. Emergency klaxons screamed across Imperial vessels as navigators collapsed at their stations, blood streaming from their third eyes. Something was coming through, something that carried the taste of distant stars and alien anguish. From the rift emerged a craft unlike any in Imperial records. Angular where Imperial vessels were proud, dark where they gleamed gold and crimson, the fighter tumbled through space trailing fire and debris. Its pilot fought desperately against failing systems, mechanical breathing harsh in the silence of his cockpit. Warning lights blazed across alien consoles as gravitational forces beyond his understanding dragged him toward the planet below. Lord Vader had served his Emperor faithfully for decades, crushing rebellion and hunting Jedi survivors across a galaxy far from this one. He had known the taste of lightsaber combat, the weight of absolute authority, the burden of serving a master whose will was law, yet nothing in his experience had prepared him for this moment when reality itself seemed to buckle and tear around him. His TIE, advanced fighter, that marvel of Imperial engineering, shuddered as it struck Lucius's upper atmosphere. The craft that had carried him through countless battles now failed him at the moment of greatest need. Control surfaces melted under atmospheric friction. Life support systems flickered and died. The Force, that mystical energy that had sustained him through so much darkness, offered no guidance in this strange place where the very stars seemed wrong. The crash came with thunderous inevitability. Vader's fighter carved a burning furrow through the ash wastes surrounding Lucius's primary hive, scattering debris across kilometers of barren ground. The impact threw him against his restraints with bone-breaking force, his life support systems sparking and failing. For long moments, consciousness fled from him as emergency systems struggled to maintain the artificial environment that kept him alive. When awareness returned, Vader found himself surrounded by figures in red robes whose eyes gleamed with mechanical augmentation. Tech priests of the Mechanicus bent over his craft, their servo skulls whirring through the twisted wreckage, while mechadendrites prodded at unfamiliar technologies. Their binary cant filled the air with electronic prayers as they marveled at the fighter's construction. "Impossible," whispered Magos Epsilon Kappa 97, his voice box crackling with static. "These alloys, these energy matrices, this technology predates even the standard template constructs. The machine spirit within is unlike anything in our archives." Vader stirred within the cockpit, his breathing apparatus drawing in the acrid air of Lucius with labored rhythm. Through his mask's optical sensors, he surveyed these strange figures with their fusion of flesh and machine. They moved with reverent care around his fighter, treating it not as wreckage, but as a sacred relic to be preserved and studied. "The pilot lives," announced another tech priest, his augmetic eyes focusing on the cockpit. His life signs are stable, though his augmentations are remarkable. The integration of organic and mechanical components surpasses even our most advanced fabrications. The tech priests began to activate containment fields around the crash site, their intentions clear. They would take both ship and pilot for study, dissection, understanding. In their mechanical minds, this was not capture, but preservation of knowledge, the sacred duty of the Omnissiah's servants. Yet they had not accounted for the power that slumbered within their prize. Vader's hand twitched against the cockpit release. The Force flowed through him like a dark river, carrying whispers of danger and alien thought. These were not the rebels he was accustomed to facing, nor the incompetent Imperial officers who trembled at his approach. They were something new, something that viewed him not as a person, but as an object of study. That was a mistake they would not survive to repeat. The cockpit hatch exploded outward with the sound of rending metal. Vader rose from the wreckage like a dark spectre, his cape billowing despite the still air, his breathing the only sound in the sudden silence. The tech priests stepped back, their mechanical instincts recognizing a predator when they saw one. "By the Omnissia!" breathed Magos Epsilon Kappa 97. "He moves without visible mechanical assistance. The power source within him defies all scanning protocols." Vader's response came not in words, but in action. His hand rose, fingers curled into a familiar gesture, and the Force obeyed his will. The nearest tech priest lifted from the ground, his mechanical limbs flailing uselessly as invisible force closed around his throat. The others watched in horror as their colleagues' life signs flatlined without any visible cause of death. "Impossible," another priest whispered. "No technology can accomplish this. No augmentation provides such capability." The corpse fell to the ash-stained ground with a sound like breaking glass. Vader turned his masked gaze on the remaining tech priests, and they saw their own mortality reflected in his optical sensors. These servants of the machine god had catalogued 10,000 ways to kill, had witnessed the destructive power of plasma and melter, had studied death in all its mechanical manifestations. Yet they had never seen anything like this. More tech priests moved to surround him, their weapons charging with electronic whines. Servo skulls descended from the smoky sky, their weapon mounts tracking his position. Las carbines and plasma calivers aimed at center mass, targeting systems calculating optimal firing solutions. They moved with the coordinated precision of machines, but Vader was no ordinary opponent. His lightsaber ignited with its familiar snap hiss, the crimson blade casting bloody light across the ash wastes. The tech priests recoiled, their augmetic eyes struggling to process the impossible energies contained within that beam of coherent plasma. This was technology beyond their understanding, a weapon that spoke to mysteries they had not yet unlocked. "Heretical technology," declared the lead Magos, his voice carrying electronic authority. "Compliance will be enforced. Resistance will be overcome." Vader's response was swift and terrible. He moved among them like death given form, his lightsaber carving through their ranks with brutal efficiency. Mechadendrites fell severed to the ground. Augmetic limbs sparked and failed. The Force guided his movements, allowing him to anticipate their coordinated attacks and strike where their defenses were weakest. Yet even as he fought, Vader sensed something else approaching. A presence vast and terrible, ancient beyond measure, touched the edge of his consciousness. This was not the crude psychic emanations of Force-sensitive opponents he had faced in his own galaxy. This was something that dwarfed even Palpatine's dark power, a mind that could reshape reality with focused will. The air itself grew heavy with psychic pressure. The remaining tech priests fell to their knees, their mechanical minds overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the presence that manifested above them. Servo skulls dropped from the sky, their logic engines unable to process the impossibility of what was occurring. Golden light blazed in the ash-laden sky of Lucius, coalescing into the projection of a figure that commanded instant reverence. The Emperor of Mankind manifested his presence across impossible distances, his psychic might reaching from distant terror to touch this forgotten battlefield. Where the tech priests saw their deity's avatar, Vader saw something else, entirely. He saw power, real power, not the crude manipulation and political scheming that had characterized Palpatine's rule, but the raw force of a being who had transcended mortal limitations. This was what Vader had always sought, what he had glimpsed in his master's promises, but never truly witnessed. Here was a god made manifest, a will that could reshape the galaxy itself. The Emperor's voice filled the air without words, speaking directly to consciousness itself. You carry darkness within you, stranger from distant stars. Yet I sense purpose beneath the corruption. You have served tyrants who promised power but delivered only chains. Tell me, fallen knight, would you serve a cause greater than personal ambition? Vader's lightsaber lowered, its crimson blade still humming with deadly energy. Through the Force, he felt the Emperor's presence probing the edges of his mind, not forcing entry, but offering glimpse of what lay beyond. This being knew him, understood what he was in ways that even Palpatine never had. The dark power that had sustained him for so long seemed pale beside this golden radiance. I have served, Vader replied, his voice carrying across the ash wastes with mechanical authority. I have known loyalty and betrayal in equal measure. Yet I sense in you something my previous master lacked. You do not seek to rule from shadows or claim dominion through deception. The Emperor's projection solidified, taking on substance that cast real shadows on the ground below. His presence filled the space between them with the weight of millennia, of choices made and prices paid in service of survival itself. Here was a being who had walked among humanity since its earliest days, who had guided and protected and sacrificed in ways that mortal minds could not comprehend. Power without purpose is the path to damnation, the Emperor said, his voice carrying the certainty of absolute truth. I offer you purpose, fallen one. Serve not a master who sees you as a tool, but a vision that encompasses all humanity. Help me reclaim the galaxy from darkness, and find in that service the redemption that has always eluded you. Vader felt something shift within him, a stirring of possibilities he had thought forever lost. In the Emperor's presence, he glimpsed what he might become, not as Palpatine's enforcer, but as protector of something greater than any individual will. The choice before him was clear, starker than any he had faced since that day on Mustafar, when his fate had been sealed in fire and pain. He knelt in the ash of Lucius, his cape settling around him like the wings of a fallen angel. The gesture was more than submission. It was acceptance of a burden he had carried alone for too long. Above him, the Emperor's projection blazed with satisfaction that carried no trace of triumph, only the grim acknowledgement of necessity. Rise, Lord Vader, the Emperor commanded. Your true service begins now. The throne room of terror stretched beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension, its golden arches disappearing into shadows that seemed to exist in dimensions beyond the physical. Here, at the heart of humanity's reborn empire, the Emperor held court over his vast domain, while 10,000 worlds bent the knee to his will. Yet today, the chamber held an audience of one, bound not by chains of metal, but by forces that could reshape the very fabric of reality. Vader knelt before the golden throne, his breathing the only sound in the cathedral silence. Psychic shackles invisible to the eye held him in place, not cruel restraints, but demonstrations of power that left no doubt about the hierarchy being established. The Emperor's presence filled the space around them like a solar wind, carrying the weight of 30 millennia and the dreams of countless billions. "Rise, Lord Vader," the Emperor commanded, his voice echoing through dimensions both seen and unseen. "Your submission on Lucius was merely the beginning. Now comes the test that will determine whether you serve as ally or remain forever suspect." The psychic bonds released their hold, and Vader stood slowly, his cape settling around him like the wings of some mechanical angel. Through the Force, he felt the Emperor's attention like the focused beam of a star, probing the edges of his consciousness without violating the barriers he had learned to erect. This was evaluation, not interrogation, though the distinction meant little when facing a being of such overwhelming presence. "Your previous master ruled through fear and deception," the Emperor continued, his golden radiance casting no shadows despite its intensity. "He promised you power, but delivered only servitude, offered you purpose, but gave you only orders. I offer something different, fallen knight. I offer you truth." The Emperor gestured, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with potential energy. Visions flowed through the throne room like living things, showing Vader glimpses of the galaxy as it truly was. Here, the birth of humanity on ancient Terra. There, the long night when mankind nearly fell to alien predation and internal strife. Beyond, the dream of reunification that drove the Great Crusade across the stars. "For 15,000 years I have guided humanity's evolution," the Emperor explained, his voice carrying the certainty of lived experience. "I have been king and general, prophet and scientist, always working toward the day when our species might claim its destiny among the stars. The Great Crusade is not conquest for its own sake, but liberation of our scattered children from ignorance and alien domination." Vader watched the visions unfold, seeing through the Emperor's eyes the scope of ambition that dwarfed even Palpatine's galactic empire. This was not the rule of a single world or even a single star system, but the unification of an entire species across hundreds of thousands of worlds. The scale of it staggered him. Yet beneath the grand strategy, he sensed something else. Genuine concern for humanity's survival. "You speak of purpose," Vader said, his mechanized voice carrying across the vast chamber. "Yet I have served purpose before, only to discover it was built upon lies. How do I know your crusade is more than another tyrant's ambition?" The Emperor's expression did not change, but something in his presence suggested satisfaction at the question. This was not the blind obedience he might have expected from a broken tool, but the reasoned inquiry of a being capable of choice. That distinction would prove crucial in the trials ahead. "Because I do not ask you to serve blindly," the Emperor replied. "I ask you to see for yourself what we fight against. There are powers in this galaxy that would see humanity enslaved or devoured, entities that view our species as nothing more than cattle to be consumed. The aliens you will face in my service seek not conquest but extinction of everything that makes us human." Another gesture brought forth new visions, darker and more terrible than what had come before. Vader saw worlds stripped bare by alien raiders, human populations harvested for purposes too horrible to contemplate. He witnessed the slow corruption of entire civilizations by entities that existed beyond the boundaries of normal space and time. Through it all, he felt the Emperor's grim determination to shield humanity from these threats, no matter the cost. Your first assignment will test both your tactical abilities and your commitment to this cause, the Emperor announced, dismissing the visions with a wave of his hand. The world of Keth has fallen into rebellion, its human population choosing alliance with alien manipulators over compliance with imperial law. You will serve as tactical advisor to Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists, helping to bring these misguided souls back into the light. The name meant nothing to Vader, but the weight of expectation in the Emperor's voice suggested this Rogel Dawn held significant importance. Another test, then, not merely of his abilities, but of his willingness to integrate with the Emperor's existing command structure. Palpatine had never trusted him with such responsibilities, preferring to keep his apprentice isolated and dependent. "I will not disappoint you, my Emperor," Vader said, the words carrying more weight than mere protocol. For the first time since his fall on Mustafar, he felt something approaching hope that his service might lead to something greater than personal power. The Emperor's expression softened fractionally, a change so subtle it might have been imagined. Yet Vader sensed genuine approval beneath the godlike facade, as if his response had confirmed some crucial element of the Emperor's long-term planning. "See that you do not," the Emperor replied. "Rogel Dawn is among my most trusted sons, but he has little patience for those who prove themselves unworthy. Earn his respect, and you will find no more loyal an ally in all the galaxy. Fail to meet his standards, and even my protection will not save you from his judgment." The audience chamber's massive doors opened without visible mechanism, revealing a corridor that stretched toward distant transport bays. Vader's escort awaited him there. Custodian guards whose golden armor gleamed with the same radiance as their master, silent giants who had stood watch over Terra since the dawn of the Imperium. They regarded him with the expressionless vigilance of living weapons, ready to act should he prove false to his oath. The journey to Keth took 17 days aboard an Imperial strike cruiser, time Vader spent studying tactical reports and familiarizing himself with the capabilities of his new allies. The Space Marines of the Imperial Fists proved to be warriors without peer, their discipline and skill surpassing even the elite units of Palpatine's military. Yet they watched him with carefully concealed suspicion, uncertain how to categorize this dark figure who commanded powers beyond their understanding. Rogel Dawn met him in the ship's strategium, a chamber lined with tactical displays and communication arrays that painted a real-time picture of the Keth system's defenses. The Primarch stood nearly 3 meters tall, his yellow armor bearing the scars of countless battles, while his weathered face displayed the grim determination that had made him legend among the Imperial Fists. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of one accustomed to absolute obedience. "So you are the Emperor's new weapon," Dawn said without preamble, his dark eyes studying Vader with the intensity of a siege engineer examining fortifications. "I have read the reports from Lucius. Your methods are unconventional. I trust you understand that the Imperial Fists value precision over spectacle." Vader inclined his head slightly, recognizing both the challenge and the opportunity in Dawn's words. This was not a being who would be impressed by displays of power alone, but one who valued competence and results above all else. In many ways, he reminded Vader of the Republic's finest generals, those who had earned respect through deeds rather than politics. "I understand, Lord Dawn," Vader replied. "I seek only to serve the Emperor's will with maximum efficiency. My methods may be unfamiliar, but their effectiveness cannot be questioned." Dawn's expression suggested he reserved judgment on that claim, but he gestured toward the tactical displays with professional courtesy. The holographic projection showed Keth as a world of rolling plains and ancient cities, its population centers connected by transport networks that spoke to considerable technological sophistication. Yet the strategic situation painted a troubling picture. The humans of Keth have allied themselves with Eldar raiders, Dorn explained, his tone carrying obvious disgust at such collaboration. These aliens have convinced the planetary government that the Imperium seeks only exploitation and subjugation. In return for their protection, the Kethians provide the Eldar with resources and basing rights throughout the system. Vader studied the display, noting the Eldar positions with professional interest. These were not the crude alien species he had occasionally encountered in his own galaxy, but sophisticated opponents whose technology appeared to rival or exceed Imperial capabilities in several key areas. Their deployment patterns suggested tactical acumen that demanded respect, even as their interference with human affairs marked them for destruction. "What is our primary objective?" Vader asked. "Complete compliance, or elimination of the alien presence?" Dorn's smile held no warmth, only the satisfaction of a craftsman contemplating his work. "Both. The Eldar have made the mistake of believing humanity weak enough to manipulate. We will demonstrate the error of that assumption while bringing Keth's population back under Imperial protection. Your role will be to identify Eldar positions and assist in their neutralization." The assault began 3 days later, with drop pods falling like metal rain across Keth's primary continent. Vader accompanied the Imperial Fist's second company, his presence a source of curious fascination among the space marines who witnessed his preparations. They had expected speeches or ritual preparation, but instead found him standing in perfect stillness, his attention focused on currents of power that remained invisible to their enhanced senses. The first Eldar positions lay concealed within crystalline structures that defied Imperial scanning protocols, their surfaces shifting and refracting sensor beams in ways that rendered conventional detection useless. Yet Vader's abilities transcended such limitations, allowing him to perceive the alien warriors through their connection to the same mysterious energy that flowed through all living things. "There," he said, pointing toward a seemingly empty hilltop some 2 kilometers from their landing zone. 17 Eldar warriors in concealment, with heavy weapon emplacements covering the approach routes. Captain Lysander of the Second Company studied the indicated position through his helmet's enhanced optics, seeing nothing but natural rock formations and scattered vegetation. Yet something in Vader's tone suggested absolute certainty, the confidence of a being who had never been wrong about such things. "How can you be certain?" Lysander asked. "Our Auspex readings show no signs of enemy presence." Vader's response came not in words, but in demonstration. His hand rose, fingers curling into a familiar gesture, and suddenly the hilltop erupted in motion as concealed positions revealed themselves. Eldar warriors, their armor gleaming with impossible colors, scrambled for new cover as their camouflage failed without explanation. Heavy weapon platforms that had been invisible moments before now stood exposed to Imperial fire. "Because I can see them," Vader said simply, "as I can see all the Eldar positions across this continent. Your enemy believes concealment makes them safe. They are about to learn otherwise." The assault that followed became legend among the Imperial Fists, though the details varied depending on who told the story. What remained consistent was the image of Vader moving through enemy positions like some dark angel of death, his crimson blade carving through Eldar defenses, while his power over invisible forces turned their own tactics against them. Where Eldar snipers had prepared perfect ambush sites, they found themselves lifted from concealment and hurled against the rocks below. Where their assault troops attempted to use speed and agility to outmaneuver the Space Marines, they discovered that Vader could anticipate their movements with supernatural accuracy. The final Eldar position fell as the sun set over Keth's ancient landscape, its defenders retreating to waiting grav tanks that carried them toward orbital extraction. Yet Vader was not finished with them, for among their number he had sensed something more valuable than mere warriors. A Farseer, one of the alien psychers whose prescient abilities guided Eldar strategy across the galaxy. The pursuit led through the ruins of an ancient human city, its towers and courtyards bearing the scars of countless battles between species that had forgotten their origins. Here, surrounded by the ghosts of forgotten history, Vader finally cornered his quarry in a chamber whose walls bore inscriptions in languages that predated the Imperium itself. The Eldar Farseer turned to face him with the graceful desperation of a being who had seen this moment in dreams, but remained powerless to prevent it. She was tall even by Eldar standards, her wraithbone armor gleaming with runes that seemed to shift and change in the dying light. When she spoke, her voice carried the musical quality of her species, though it was edged with fear and resignation. "So the Mon-Ki have found a new pet," she said, her alien features showing something that might have been contempt. "A creature that stinks of the warp but serves those who would deny its existence. Do you know what you have become, Fallen One?" Vader's lightsaber hummed with deadly promise as he approached, his breathing the only sound in the ancient chamber. The Force flowed around them both, carrying currents of possibility and prescient dread that even the Farseer could not fully interpret. Yet he sensed in her mind knowledge that the Emperor would find valuable, secrets that might prevent future conflicts. "I have become what I choose to be," Vader replied, his voice carrying new conviction. "No longer a slave to masters who offer only lies. Tell me of the threats you have foreseen, and your death will be swift." The Farseer's laugh held the bitter edge of prophecy fulfilled. "You think you serve the Golden One by choice? You think your new master offers you more truth than your old? The paths of fate converge on darkness, fallen night. Your Emperor's ambitions will birth horrors that make my worst visions seem like pleasant dreams." Vader's hand rose, invisible force closing around the Farseer's throat as he had done to countless opponents before. Yet this time, the gesture served a different purpose. Through their connection, he reached into her mind with surgical precision, extracting the visions and knowledge she carried while leaving her consciousness intact. What he found there chilled him to the core of his artificial heart. Images of war beyond imagining flooded through his awareness. Brother turning against brother in conflicts that would make the Clone Wars seem like mere skirmishes. Worlds burning as gods of chaos claimed dominion over reality itself. The Emperor, golden and magnificent, reduced to a corpse upon a throne, while his empire crumbled into endless night. Yet beneath these visions of apocalypse, Vader sensed something else. The Farseer's own desperate hope that such futures might yet be prevented. Her people's interference with human affairs came not from malice, but from terror at what they had seen in their most dire prophecies. In their alien way, they sought to prevent the very catastrophe that the Emperor's great crusade was designed to forestall. The revelation changed nothing about his mission, but it added weight to his understanding of the stakes involved. When Vader finally released the Farseer, allowing her consciousness to slip away into permanent darkness, he carried within him knowledge that would shape his service to the Emperor in ways that neither of them yet comprehended. Captain Lysander found him standing over the alien's corpse, his lightsaber extinguished, but his presence radiating something that made even space marines uncomfortable. The captain's enhanced senses detected no obvious change in the dark figure. Yet something fundamental had shifted in the balance of forces that surrounded him. "The position is secure, Lord Vader," Lysander reported. "Lord Dawn requests your presence for the post-action analysis. The Eldar resistance has collapsed completely, and the planetary government has requested terms for formal compliance." Vader nodded, but his attention remained focused on the visions he had extracted from the dying Farseer's mind. The future stretched before them, like a labyrinth of possibilities, each path leading toward outcomes that chilled him, despite his experience with darkness. Yet somewhere in that maze of potential catastrophe, he sensed the possibility of redemption, not merely for himself, but for the species he had pledged to serve. The walk back to Imperial lines passed in contemplative silence, broken only by the distant sounds of celebration as Keth's human population emerged from hiding to witness their liberation from alien manipulation. Yet Vader's thoughts remained fixed on the choice that had been offered to him in the Emperor's throne room: serve a cause greater than personal ambition, or remain forever bound by the limitations of his fallen nature. For the first time since Mustafar, he began to believe that choice might actually matter. The halls of the Photep gleamed with crystalline light that seemed to pulse with inner radiance, casting geometric patterns across walls lined with texts that contained the accumulated wisdom of 100 worlds. Here, aboard the flagship of the Thousand Suns, knowledge was both weapon and sanctuary, protected by warriors who wielded the mysteries of the warp with the same precision their cousins applied to bolter and blade. Yet today, these corridors would witness an examination unlike any in the Legion's storied history. Magnus the Red stood in his private sanctum, a chamber where reality bent to accommodate visions that transcended normal space and time. The Primarch's crimson skin gleamed in the ethereal light while his single eye focused on the tactical reports scattered across his meditation table. Each document spoke of disturbing developments across the galaxy's outer reaches, whispers of corruption that defied easy classification. "The Emperor sends me puzzles wrapped in enigmas," Magnus murmured to himself, his voice carrying the melodic cadence that marked all his words. First, a warrior from distant stars who commands powers that should not exist. Now, reports of religious movements that speak of gods older than our understanding. Perhaps these mysteries are connected in ways I have not yet perceived. The chamber's entrance dilated without sound, revealing Vader as he approached through corridors that seemed designed to challenge the perceptions of visitors. The dark figure moved with mechanical precision, his breathing apparatus cycling with its familiar rhythm, while his presence cast shadows that appeared darker than the surrounding dimness should allow. Behind him walked Chief Librarian Azek Ahriman, his psychic hood flickering with contained energies as he monitored their guest with professional wariness. "Lord Vader," Magnus said, inclining his massive head in greeting. "The Emperor has asked me to evaluate your capabilities and determine how best they might serve the Crusade's goals. I trust you understand the necessity of such examination." Vader's optical sensors fixed on the towering Primarch, cataloguing details that spoke to both incredible physical power and psychic potential that rivaled the Emperor's own. Yet beneath Magnus's scholarly demeanor, he sensed something else. Genuine curiosity rather than the suspicious evaluation he had expected. This being or sought understanding, not merely compliance. "I understand, Lord Magnus," Vader replied, his voice carrying across the chamber with mechanical authority. "Though I suspect your evaluation will prove more revealing than either of us anticipates." Magnus smiled, an expression that transformed his alien features into something approaching paternal warmth. Few beings had ever spoken to him with such directness. Fewer still had done so while radiating the complex mixture of power and restraint that characterized this fallen knight. The Primarch gestured toward a pair of meditation chairs that materialized from the chamber's shifting geometry. "Then let us begin with truth rather than evasion," Magnus said, settling into his chair with fluid grace. "You carry within you the echoes of great tragedy, yet I sense beneath that darkness something that once burned with different fire. Tell me of your origins, Lord Vader. Help me understand what shaped you into what you are today." The request hung in the air between them like a challenge issued in formal duel. Vader had never spoken of his past to anyone save Palpatine, and that only under circumstances that had left him with little choice. Yet something in Magnus's tone suggested this was not interrogation, but genuine desire to comprehend the forces that had shaped his transformation. "I was not always as you see me now," Vader began, his mechanical breathing providing steady rhythm to words he had never expected to speak. "Once I was known by another name, served different masters, believed in causes that seemed righteous at the time. Yet every choice I made in service of those beliefs led me deeper into darkness, until I became something I swore I would never be." Magnus leaned forward, his psychic senses detecting currents of emotion beneath Vader's controlled exterior. Pain flowed through their shared space like a wound that had never properly healed, carrying with it images of loss and betrayal that spoke to suffering beyond normal comprehension. Yet the Primarch sensed something else as well, a core of determination that had survived even the worst corruption. "May I see?" Magnus asked, extending one massive hand toward Vader's masked face. "I give you my word that whatever I witness will remain between us, unless it threatens the Crusade's success. But I sense that understanding your past may prove crucial to determining your future." Vader hesitated, memories of other psychic examinations surfacing unbidden in his thoughts. Palpatine's probing had been violation disguised as instruction, designed to expose weakness rather than offer understanding. Yet Magnus radiated something different, a scholarly fascination tempered by what seemed to be genuine compassion for the suffering he sensed. "Very well," Vader said finally. "But know that what you see may change your opinion of the Emperor's judgment in accepting my service." Magnus's touch was lighter than silk, yet more penetrating than any physical probe. Through their connection, Vader felt the Primarch's consciousness brush against the barriers surrounding his most carefully guarded memories. Unlike Palpatine's brutal intrusions, this examination felt like exploration rather than conquest, guided by curiosity rather than cruelty. The first images that flowed between them showed a young man with golden hair and eyes bright with hope, racing across desert sands in defiance of gravity itself. Anakin Skywalker, slave boy turned hero, whose dreams of freedom had somehow transformed into instruments of oppression. Magnus witnessed the gradual corruption that had followed, each small compromise leading to greater darkness until nothing remained of the idealistic youth except mechanical breathing and endless regret. The climactic moment came with visions of Mustafar, where molten rivers reflected the fury of a lightsaber duel between master and student. Magnus experienced Vader's memories of that battle, the rage that had driven him to attack Obi-Wan despite tactical disadvantage, the moment when lava claimed his limbs and left him broken on the volcanic shore, the surgical reconstruction that had transformed him into more machine than man. Yet beneath these surface tragedies, Magnus perceived something that startled him with its implications. Vader's fall had not been driven by inherent evil or lust for power, but by desperate love twisted into possessive fear. His turn to darkness had come not from hatred of others, but from terror of losing those he cared about, a motivation that spoke to fundamental goodness, corrupted rather than destroyed. "Remarkable," Magnus whispered, withdrawing his hand from the connection. "You were not seduced by promises of power, but by fear of powerlessness. Your corruption came from caring too much, not too little. No wonder the Emperor sees potential for redemption in you." Vader's optical senses dimmed slightly, as if the revelation of his past had somehow diminished his ability to perceive the present. For long moments, silence filled the chamber, while both beings processed the implications of what had been shared. Finally, Vader's breathing cycle resumed its normal rhythm. "What I was matters less than what I became," Vader said, his voice carrying an edge of self-recrimination. "The path to darkness is paved with good intentions, but it remains darkness nonetheless. My new service to the Emperor does not erase the crimes I committed in my previous master's name." Magnus studied the dark figure with new understanding, seeing past the mechanical exterior to the wounded soul beneath. Here was a being who had committed terrible acts in service of misguided loyalty, yet who retained enough conscience to recognize the weight of his choices. Such awareness was the foundation upon which true redemption might be built. "Perhaps not," Magnus agreed. "But it provides the opportunity for different choices in the future. The Emperor's wisdom often manifests in unexpected ways. He may have seen in you not just a powerful ally, but a chance to prove that even the fallen can find their way back to the light." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Captain Kalophis, his ornate armor bearing the ritual scarification that marked senior officers of the 1,000 Suns. The Space Marine's expression carried the grim urgency of one bearing news that could not wait for more convenient timing. "Lord Magnus," Kalophis reported, his voice tight with controlled anger, "we have received distress signals from the Korash system. The planetary government reports widespread civil unrest driven by religious extremists who preach of gods beyond the Emperor's light. Local authorities request immediate intervention." Magnus rose from his meditation chair, his massive frame radiating sudden focus as his tactical instincts engaged. Religious extremism had become an increasingly common problem across the galaxy's outer reaches, but recent reports suggested these movements followed patterns that defied conventional analysis. Perhaps here was an opportunity to test both his evaluation of Vader and his theories about emerging threats. "Prepare the fleet for immediate departure," Magnus commanded, "and inform the senior librarians that they will be joining this expedition. I suspect we will find more on Korash than simple religious fanaticism." He turned to Vader, his single eye gleaming with anticipation. "You will accompany us, Lord Vader. Consider it a practical examination to complement our theoretical discussion." The journey to Korash took 6 days, during which Vader familiarized himself with the capabilities of the 1,000 Suns and their approach to warfare. These were scholar warriors who treated each battle as both military engagement and philosophical exercise, seeking to understand their enemies as thoroughly as they sought to destroy them. Their methods reminded him of the Jedi at their best, though their goals served imperial expansion rather than peacekeeping. Korash proved to be a world of ancient cities and soaring temples, its architecture speaking to civilizations that had risen and fallen long before the Emperor's birth on distant Terra. Yet something had gone wrong with this world's development, some corruption that had turned its spiritual traditions into instruments of darkness. Even from orbit, Vader could sense the wrongness that permeated the planet's psychic emanations. The first sign of trouble came as their drop pods descended through Korash's atmosphere toward the capital city of Vethera. What should have been a routine insertion became a nightmare of twisted reality as demons materialized from the warp to assault their transports. These were not the crude manifestations of untrained psychers, but entities whose very existence spoke to systematic corruption of the planet's spiritual foundations. Vader's pod crashed into a temple district that had been transformed into something from his worst nightmares. The buildings themselves seemed to pulse with malevolent life, their walls bearing symbols that hurt to look at directly. Citizens who had once worshipped the Emperor now bore ritual scars and mutations that marked them as servants of darker powers. At the center of it all stood a figure whose very presence radiated the same corrupt authority that Vader remembered from his darkest moments in Palpatine's service. Erebus of the Word-Bearers stood upon the steps of what had once been an imperial shrine, his armor bearing fresh devotional scars, while his voice carried across the corrupted cityscape with hypnotic power. The first chaplain spoke of gods who offered truth beyond the Emperor's lies, of power that came not through service, but through surrender to forces greater than mortal understanding. The false Emperor promises you servitude disguised as salvation, Erebus proclaimed, his words carrying psychic weight that resonated in the minds of his listeners. But we offer you something greater, the chance to become more than human, to transcend the limitations of flesh and embrace the divine truths that govern all existence. The crowd that surrounded him showed clear signs of chaos corruption, their bodies bearing mutations that spoke to systematic exposure to warp energies. Yet Vader sensed something else beneath their obvious transformation, genuine relief at having found purpose after lives of meaningless struggle. These people had not been forced into corruption, but had embraced it willingly, seeing in chaos worship the answers that imperial doctrine had failed to provide. The realization struck Vader with unexpected force, memories of his own seduction by the dark side flooding through his consciousness. Palpatine had used similar tactics, offering power and purpose to fill the void left by the Jedi Council's emotional restrictions. The parallel was too clear to ignore. Here was another master using hope and desperation to create willing servants of darkness. Magnus materialized beside him in a flash of crimson teleportation, his psychic senses already analyzing the corruption that surrounded them. The Primarch's expression showed a mixture of scholarly fascination and tactical concern as he catalogued the various forms of mutation and spiritual degradation on display. "Fascinating," Magnus murmured, his voice carrying across their private communication link. This level of systematic corruption suggests external guidance rather than spontaneous development. Someone has been teaching these people how to properly channel warp energies, albeit toward destructive ends. Vader's lightsaber ignited with its familiar snap hiss, the crimson blade casting bloody light across the corrupted temple grounds. Yet, as he prepared to advance against Erebus and his followers, he felt a familiar stirring of the rage that had once defined his service to the dark side. These cultists had chosen their corruption willingly, embracing darkness rather than accepting the Emperor's light. They deserved no mercy, no consideration beyond swift execution. The thought stopped him cold, recognition of his own patterns flooding through his consciousness like ice water. This was how it had always begun. Righteous anger at those who chose evil over good, followed by escalating violence that eventually consumed innocent and guilty alike. On Mustafar, his fury at the Separatists' betrayal had led him to slaughter children who had played no part in adult conspiracies. "Lord Vader?" Magnus asked, sensing the sudden shift in his companion's emotional emanations. "Are you prepared for the assault?" Vader looked out at the corrupted crowd, seeing past their mutations to the desperate human beings beneath. These people had made terrible choices, but they had made them from positions of ignorance and despair, rather than malevolent intent. Perhaps there was another way to approach this situation, one that did not require him to repeat the mistakes that had defined his past. "There are innocents among the guilty," Vader said, his mechanical voice carrying new certainty. "We advance, but our goal is Erebus and his inner circle. The corrupted citizens will be given the chance to surrender and receive purification rather than death." Magnus's single eye widened slightly, surprise coloring his psychic emanations as he processed this unexpected development. Everything in Imperial doctrine suggested that chaos corruption required immediate and total purification, yet Vader was proposing a more nuanced approach. The decision spoke to moral growth that few would have expected from someone with his reputation. The assault that followed became a masterpiece of surgical precision rather than overwhelming force. Magnus and his librarians worked to contain the warp energies that sustained the corruption, while Vader carved a path toward Erebus with tactical brilliance that impressed even the scholarly Primarch. Yet where previous battles had seen him embrace rage and fury, this engagement found him fighting with cold determination, focused entirely on protection of the innocent. Erebus met them in the corrupted shrine's inner sanctum, a chamber where reality itself had been twisted to accommodate entities that should not exist in normal space. The Word-bearer's armor gleamed with fresh devotional scars, while his Crozius blazed with energies that spoke to powers beyond Imperial understanding. When he spoke, his voice carried the hypnotic authority of one who had learned to channel divine will through mortal flesh. "Ah, the Crimson King and his mysterious ally," Erebus said, his tone carrying mock reverence. "Magnus the Red, who delves so deep into forbidden knowledge, yet claims to serve the false Emperor's lies. And you, Dark Knight, who carries the stench of the warp, yet fights against its truth. How curious to find such contradictions walking together." Magnus stepped forward, his psychic aura blazing with contained power as he prepared to engage the corrupted chaplain in battle. Yet Vader's gesture stopped him, the dark figure moving past the Primarch with mechanical precision that spoke to absolute certainty of purpose. "I know what you are, Erebus," Vader said, his lightsaber humming with deadly promise. "I have served masters like you before, beings who offer power and purpose while demanding only souls in return. You prey on desperation and call it salvation, corrupt hope, and name it truth. But I have learned that real strength comes not from embracing darkness, but from choosing to protect what light remains." The duel that followed shook the corrupted temple to its foundations, lightsaber clashing against Crozius, while the Force battled against chaos energies in combat that transcended normal physics. Yet where Vader had once fought with rage and hatred, he now wielded his abilities with surgical precision, each strike calculated to minimize collateral damage while maximizing effectiveness against his opponent. Erebus fell not to overwhelming fury, but to disciplined skill applied with relentless purpose. As the Word-bearer's life faded from his corrupted form, Vader felt something shift within himself, a recognition that victory achieved through restraint carried more meaning than conquest won through unbridled power. Magnus found him standing over the chaplain's corpse, his lightsaber extinguished, but his presence radiating satisfaction that seemed almost foreign to his usual emanations. The Primarch's psychic senses detected fundamental changes in Vader's emotional architecture, shifts that spoke to genuine growth rather than temporary sentiment. "You fought with remarkable control," Magnus observed, his voice carrying genuine admiration. Many warriors would have given in to rage when faced with such corruption, yet you chose precision over passion, protection over punishment. The Emperor will be most interested to hear of this development." Vader nodded, but his attention remained fixed on the corrupted citizens who were beginning to emerge from the shrine's influence as Magnus's librarians worked to cleanse the warp energies that had sustained their mutations. These people would face long recovery from their exposure to chaos, but they would have the chance to recover rather than simply being executed as irredeemably tainted. "Report what you will," Vader replied. "I serve the Emperor's will, not his expectations. If that service requires me to choose mercy over vengeance, then perhaps my redemption is more than mere possibility." As they prepared to leave Korash behind, Magnus composed his report to the Emperor with unusual care. The Primarch had expected to evaluate a powerful but potentially dangerous asset, instead finding a being whose capacity for growth exceeded even his considerable expectations. Yet beneath his satisfaction lay questions that would prove more significant than he yet realized. If Vader could choose redemption over revenge, what might that mean for others who had fallen to darkness? And more importantly, what would happen when that choice was tested by trials even greater than the ones he had already faced? The answers to those questions lay hidden in futures that even Magnus could not yet perceive, though their shadows were already beginning to gather across the galaxy like storm clouds on a distant horizon. The flagship Vengeful Spirit blazed through the void like a sword wreathed in starlight, its massive bulk cutting through space toward distant worlds that had forgotten Terra's authority during the long night of isolation. Here, aboard the vessel that had carried the Lunar Wolves to 1,000 victories, the greatest of the Emperor's sons held court over an empire that spanned half the galaxy. Yet today, the War Master's attention focused not on conquest, but on evaluation of a singular asset whose potential remained tantalizingly undefined. Horus Lupercal stood in his private strategium, studying tactical displays that showed the disposition of forces across 17 star systems. The Primarch's armor gleamed with the pale green of his legion, while his face bore the weathered nobility that had made him beloved among both his warriors and the common soldiers of the Imperial army. When he spoke, his voice carried the easy authority of one born to command, though those who knew him well might have detected subtle changes in his tone that spoke to burdens recently acquired. "So the Emperor sends me his latest acquisition," Horus said, without turning, as Vader entered the chamber, guided by Lunar Wolves in their distinctive battle plate. The mysterious knight whose arrival has set tongues wagging from Terra to the galaxy's edge. I confess myself curious about what manner of being commands such attention from our father. Vader approached with measured steps, his cape settling around him as he came to attention before the War Master's throne. Through the Force, he sensed the immense presence that radiated from this towering figure, a psychic signature that spoke to both incredible power and something else, a growing shadow at the edges of his soul that reminded Vader uncomfortably of his own fall from grace. "War Master," Vader said, inclining his head in respectful acknowledgement, "the Emperor has assigned me to serve under your command for the Ulanor compliance. I am at your disposal for whatever tasks you deem appropriate." Horus finally turned from his displays, his dark eyes studying Vader with the intensity of a predator evaluating potential prey. Yet beneath that scrutiny lay something else, genuine curiosity about this being who had emerged from nowhere to claim the Emperor's attention. The War Master had heard the reports from Rogel Dawn and Magnus the Red, conflicting assessments that painted a picture of someone whose loyalties remained tantalizingly uncertain. "Ulanor will test us all," Horus replied, gesturing toward the tactical displays that showed their destination. The world's human population has achieved technological advancement that rivals terror itself, yet they refuse compliance with Imperial law. Their orbital defenses include weapon systems of unknown design, while their ground forces employ equipment that our techmarines struggle to classify. A fascinating challenge for one who claims tactical expertise. Vader studied the displays, noting defensive arrangements that spoke to sophisticated understanding of orbital mechanics and strategic depth. These were not the crude fortifications of barbarous worlds, but carefully planned positions designed to maximize the defensive advantages of their stellar geography. Breaking such defenses would require more than overwhelming force. It would demand tactical innovation and perfect coordination between diverse Imperial assets. Their deployment suggests knowledge of Imperial doctrine, Vader observed, pointing toward specific positions that seemed designed to counter standard Astartes assault patterns. Yet they have left vulnerabilities that suggest overconfidence in their technological superiority. A three-pronged assault here, and here would force them to divide their fire between multiple vectors. Horus smiled, an expression that transformed his stern features into something approaching warmth. Few beings had ever offered tactical advice to the War Master unsolicited. Fewer still had done so with such apparent confidence in their assessment. The Primarch found himself genuinely intrigued by this dark figure, whose strategic insights seemed to match his reputation for lethal effectiveness. Interesting, Horus mused, activating holographic projections that showed the positions Vader had indicated. Your analysis matches my own initial assessment, though you identified the vulnerabilities more quickly than most of my captains. Tell me, Lord Vader, what manner of wars did you fight before coming into the Emperor's service? The question carried weight beyond mere curiosity, and Vader sensed undercurrents of meaning that spoke to careful evaluation. This was not casual conversation, but subtle interrogation designed to probe his background and motivations. Yet something in Horus's tone suggested genuine interest rather than hostile suspicion. I served in conflicts that spanned star systems, Vader replied, choosing his words with care. Wars between competing philosophies where victory meant more than territorial conquest. I learned that understanding one's enemy matters more than overwhelming them with superior force. The strongest defenses often hide the weakest resolve. Horus nodded, filing away the response for future consideration. This fallen knight spoke of warfare in terms that few Imperial commanders would recognize, suggesting experience with conflicts more complex than the usual compliance actions that characterized the Great Crusade. Perhaps here was someone who truly understood the burden of command in an imperfect galaxy. Wisdom hard won, I suspect, Horus observed. Come, let us discuss the specifics of our approach. I find myself curious about your perspective on the challenges ahead. The planning session that followed extended deep into the ship's night cycle, as Vader's insights proved both valuable and unsettling to the Lunar Wolves command staff. His tactical suggestions displayed understanding of warfare at levels that impressed even veteran sergeants, while his casual references to technologies and strategies unknown to Imperial doctrine raised questions about his true origins that remained carefully unanswered. Yet beneath the professional collaboration, Horus began to probe more personal territory, with questions that seemed innocuous but carried deeper implications. He asked about Vader's relationship with authority, his understanding of loyalty, his perspective on the burdens that came with absolute power. Each query was couched in terms of military necessity, yet their cumulative weight suggested a more fundamental evaluation. The assault on Ulanor began 18 hours later, as the combined Imperial fleet translated from the warp at the edge of the system's gravity well. Vader found himself assigned to the War Master's personal command vessel, observing the opening phases of the attack from the flagship's strategium, while Lunar Wolves companies prepared for the ground assault that would follow. The orbital battle proved as challenging as anticipated, with Ulanor's defenders employing weapon systems that seemed to bend the fundamental laws of physics. Energy beams that ignored void shields struck Imperial vessels with devastating effect, while defensive platforms positioned throughout the system's asteroid belt coordinated their fire with precision that spoke to artificial intelligence guidance. Yet Vader's tactical insights proved crucial in identifying the pattern underlying their defensive coordination. Through careful observation of firing sequences and deployment patterns, he identified the central command node that governed their automated systems. A surgical strike by Horus's elite Terminators severed this connection, leaving individual platforms to fight independently rather than as a coordinated whole. "Remarkable," Horus said, as Imperial forces systematically dismantled the now isolated defenses. "Your analysis was flawless, Lord Vader. I begin to understand why the Emperor values your counsel so highly." The compliment carried undertones that suggested evaluation remained ongoing, yet Vader sensed genuine appreciation beneath the War Master's measured words. For the first time since arriving in this galaxy, he felt something approaching professional satisfaction in work well done for worthy purposes. The ground campaign that followed proved equally challenging, as Ulanor's defenders revealed technological capabilities that seemed to violate several fundamental principles of Imperial science. Their soldiers wore armor that shifted between solid and incorporeal states, while their vehicles employed propulsion systems that drew power from unknown sources. Most disturbing of all, their leadership displayed coordination that suggested some form of technological telepathy. Vader's force abilities proved invaluable in countering these exotic capabilities, allowing him to anticipate enemy movements and identify vulnerabilities that remained invisible to conventional sensors. His lightsaber carved through armor that resisted melter and plasma, while his power over invisible forces disrupted the coordination that had made their defense so effective. Yet it was during the victory celebration aboard the Vengeful Spirit that Horus began his most subtle and dangerous probe. As Lunar Wolves officers shared stories of battlefield triumph and discussed plans for the compliance operations that would follow, the War Master drew Vader aside for private conversation in his personal chambers. "You fought magnificently today," Horus began, pouring wine from bottles that bore the seals of a dozen conquered worlds. "Yet I sensed something in your demeanor during the battle, a weight that speaks to burdens beyond mere tactical responsibility. Tell me, Lord Vader, what troubles the Emperor's mysterious night?" Vader accepted the offered goblet, but did not drink, his attention focused on currents of meaning that flowed beneath Horus's casual words. This was no longer evaluation, but something more dangerous. Attempted recruitment to causes not yet openly declared. The War Master was testing not his abilities, but his susceptibility to arguments that challenged his current loyalties. "I have served masters before," Vader said carefully, "and learned that absolute power often conceals purposes not readily apparent to those who wield it on others' behalf. The Emperor commands my loyalty, but I do not pretend to understand all his motivations." Horus smiled, an expression that carried satisfaction at having identified a potential opening. Few beings would have spoken so candidly about doubts concerning the Emperor's true nature. Fewer still would have done so to someone they had known for mere days. Yet this fallen knight seemed to possess an honesty about power's corrupting potential that the War Master found both refreshing and useful. "Wise words," Horus replied, settling into a chair that seemed designed to emphasize his massive frame. The Emperor is our father and our god, yet he remains curiously secretive about his ultimate plans for the galaxy. Sometimes I wonder if we serve his vision of humanity's future or merely his desire for control over it. The words hung in the air between them, like a challenge issued in formal duel. Vader recognized the technique from his own fall, questions that seemed reasonable but led inexorably toward darker conclusions, doubts that appeared justified but opened pathways to betrayal. Palpatine had used similar methods to separate him from the Jedi Council, exploiting legitimate concerns to serve illegitimate purposes. "The Emperor has shown me visions of the threats we face," Vader said, his voice carrying warning that might have been aimed at himself as much as his host. "Alien predators and worse things that would see humanity enslaved or destroyed. Whatever his methods, his cause remains the survival of our species." Horus leaned forward, his dark eyes gleaming with the intensity that had made him legendary among the lunar wolves. Here was the moment of greatest danger, when reasonable doubt transformed into active rebellion through the alchemy of wounded pride and justified grievance. "Yet survival for what purpose?" Horus asked, his voice carrying the hypnotic cadence that had swayed 1,000 worlds to compliance. "To become a galaxy-spanning empire, ruled by a being who claims divinity while denying it to others. Your previous master, Lord Vader. Did he not make similar claims about necessity and survival while pursuing goals that served primarily himself?" The parallel struck home with devastating accuracy, cutting through Vader's defenses to touch the core of fears he had carried since kneeling in the ashes of Lucius. Had he simply traded one emperor for another, one form of servitude for another that differed only in scope and style? The question demanded an answer he was not prepared to give. "Perhaps," Vader admitted, the word carrying weight that seemed to satisfy something in Horus's expression. "Yet I have seen what happens when power serves only itself. Whatever the Emperor's flaws, he has shown concern for humanity's welfare that my previous master never possessed." Horus nodded, filing away the response with the satisfaction of a hunter who had successfully placed his snare. The seed was planted now, ready to grow under the right conditions into something that might serve purposes not yet openly declared. Yet he was wise enough not to press too hard too quickly, allowing doubt to ferment naturally rather than forcing conclusions that might provoke resistance. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Captain Tarek Torgadon, his scarred features bearing the easy grin that had made him beloved among the Lunar Wolves' common soldiers. The captain's presence shifted the atmosphere from intimate conspiracy to casual camaraderie. Yet Vader sensed that even this interruption might be part of some larger design. "War Master," Torgadon reported, his voice carrying excitement that spoke to significant discoveries. "The tech adepts have uncovered something extraordinary in the planetary archives, standard template construct fragments that appear to predate the dark age of technology. The Mechanicus representatives are practically weeping with joy." Horus's expression shifted to one of professional interest, yet Vader detected undertones that suggested the War Master's enthusiasm extended beyond mere compliance with Imperial doctrine. These STC fragments represented power in its most practical form, the ability to manufacture technologies that could reshape the balance of forces across the galaxy. "Fascinating," Horus murmured, rising from his chair with fluid grace. "We should examine these discoveries personally. Lord Vader, your perspective on unknown technologies might prove valuable once again." The journey to Ulanor's primary archive complex revealed wonders that staggered even beings accustomed to the marvels of Imperial science. Here, preserved in stasis fields that had operated for millennia, lay the blueprints for technologies that could revolutionize everything from starship construction to agricultural productivity. Most significant of all were designs for weapons systems that seemed to violate several fundamental principles that governed imperial military doctrine. Yet as they studied these miraculous discoveries, Horus began to voice questions that carried implications beyond mere technical curiosity. Why, he wondered, should such treasures be surrendered to Terra when they had been won through the lunar wolves' sacrifice? Did the Emperor's claim to all human knowledge truly serve humanity's interests, or merely his desire to maintain absolute control over the species' technological development? These designs could equip 1,000 worlds with defenses that would make them impregnable, Horus observed, his voice carrying careful neutrality that concealed deeper currents. Yet imperial doctrine demands they be studied only on Terra, under the direct supervision of beings who have never shed blood to acquire them. Does this seem just to you, Lord Vader? The question hung between them, like a blade balanced on its edge, waiting for the slightest pressure to send it falling in one direction or another. Vader recognized the technique from his own seduction. Legitimate concerns weaponized to serve illegitimate purposes, reasonable questions designed to lead toward unreasonable conclusions. The Emperor's wisdom extends beyond our understanding, Vader replied, though his voice carried less conviction than his words suggested. Perhaps centralized study serves purposes we cannot perceive. Horus smiled, the expression carrying satisfaction that suggested his evaluation had reached successful conclusion. The mysterious knight's doubts were real and growing, ready to be cultivated by those wise enough to nurture them properly. Yet he was also too valuable an asset to risk through premature action. Perhaps, Horus agreed, his tone suggesting the matter remained open for future discussion. Yet I find myself curious about what other perspectives might emerge from further collaboration. The galaxy is vast, Lord Vader, and the Emperor's attention cannot extend everywhere at once. Sometimes his most loyal servants must exercise independent judgment in service of his greater purposes. The words carried implications that would prove significant in days to come, though neither being fully understood their eventual consequences. As they departed Ulanor with their precious cargo of STC fragments, Horus began composing reports that would reach Terra through both official and unofficial channels. To the Emperor, he described Vader's tactical brilliance and growing integration into Imperial command structure. Yet to other recipients, whose loyalty served different purposes, he spoke of doubts detected and opportunities identified. The mysterious knight who had emerged from distant stars might yet prove valuable to causes that transcended simple loyalty to Terra's golden throne. In the privacy of his personal chambers, as the vengeful spirit carried them toward their next assignment, Horus allowed himself a moment of satisfied contemplation. The Emperor had sent him a weapon of extraordinary capability, yet that weapon carried within it the seeds of its own eventual rebellion. With proper cultivation, those seeds might yet grow into something that served the true interests of humanity, rather than the megalomaniacal ambitions of a being who claimed divinity while demonstrating all the flaws of mortal tyranny. The game had begun, though its ultimate stakes remained hidden from all but those who possessed the wisdom to see beyond the Emperor's carefully constructed lies. Yet as Horus composed his coded communications to allies whose existence remained carefully concealed, he could not have imagined that the greatest threat to his plans would come not from imperial loyalty, but from something far more dangerous, the possibility that redemption might prove stronger than corruption, even in a galaxy where darkness seemed destined to triumph over light. The seeds of doubt had been planted in fertile soil, yet whether they would grow into trees that bore fruit of rebellion or redemption remained a question that only time would answer. The void between stars burned with the fury of 1,000 suns as the greatest orc Wah, in recorded history, swept across the segmentum solar like a green tide of destruction. From the forge worlds of Lucius to the agri-worlds of Voss, entire star systems fell silent as billions of savage aliens descended upon human civilization with the inexorable hunger of a galactic plague. What had begun as scattered raids had consolidated into something far more terrible, a united force that threatened the very heart of the Emperor's domain. On Terra, within the golden halls where the fate of mankind was decided, emergency sessions of the War Council stretched through cycles that blurred the boundaries between day and night. Holographic displays showed the advancing Orc fleet in pitiless detail. Thousands of ramshackle vessels that should not have been capable of interstellar flight, yet somehow carried destruction across impossible distances through the crude cunning of alien engineering. The Emperor stood before the central tactical display, his golden radiance casting long shadows across assembled Primarchs and High Lords who had answered the summons with all possible speed. Rogel Dawn's weathered features showed the strain of coordinating defensive efforts across 17 worlds, while Magnus the Red Single Eye blazed with psychic energies as he attempted to divine the Orc's ultimate objectives through the chaotic emanations of the warp. "The situation deteriorates by the hour," Dawn reported, his voice carrying the grim authority that had made him legend among the Imperial Fists. Orcish forces have achieved complete orbital superiority over Voss Prime, while their assault on the Lucius defense platforms continues to intensify. Our scattered response has proven insufficient against their coordinated assault. The Emperor's expression remained unchanged, yet those present felt the weight of his attention like the focused beam of a star, as he considered options that would determine the fate of millions. When he spoke, his voice carried the certainty of one who had witnessed 10,000 years of warfare and found each conflict merely another step in humanity's endless struggle for survival. "Coordination," the Emperor said, his words resonating through dimensions both seen and unseen. "The enemy succeeds because they fight as one, while we respond as many. This requires unified command, a single mind capable of seeing the battle as a whole rather than a collection of separate engagements." Magnus stepped forward, his massive frame radiating eager anticipation as he prepared to accept what seemed an obvious assignment. Yet the Emperor's gaze moved past the Crimson King to fix upon a darker figure who stood in the chamber's shadows, mechanical breathing the only sound in the sudden silence that followed. "Lord Vader," the Emperor commanded, his golden radiance focusing on the fallen knight with laser intensity. "You will serve as overall tactical coordinator for the Imperial response. 3 of my sons will place their legions at your disposal: Vulcan of the Salamanders, Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, and Lehman Russ of the Space Wolves. Through their combined might and your strategic insight, this threat will be eliminated." The pronouncement sent shock waves through the assembled commanders, who had never heard of a non-Primarch being granted such sweeping authority over Astartes' forces. Yet the Emperor's will brooked no argument, and even Magnus inclined his head in acceptance of the decision, despite the obvious slight to his own capabilities. Vader felt the weight of expectation settle around him like a mantle of responsibility, heavier than any armor. This was trust of a magnitude that Palpatine had never offered, authority granted not as reward for loyalty, but as recognition of capability demonstrated through deed rather than birth. Yet beneath the honor lay a test whose true nature remained hidden in futures yet to be determined. "I will not disappoint you, my Emperor," Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying across the chamber with quiet certainty. "The Orc threat will be eliminated with minimal loss of human life." The Emperor's expression suggested satisfaction at this response, though those present might have wondered at the specific phrasing that placed preservation of human life above simple military victory. Few commanders would have made such a distinction when facing enemies who showed no mercy to the conquered. Yet perhaps that difference explained why this particular assignment had been granted to an outsider rather than one of the Emperor's own sons. The journey to the war zone required 3 days aboard the fastest vessels in the Imperial Navy, time Vader spent studying every scrap of intelligence available about Orcish tactical doctrine and capabilities. What emerged from this analysis painted a disturbing picture of enemies who combined savage cunning with technological capabilities that defied conventional understanding. The Orcs fought not as disciplined soldiers, but as a force of nature, given malevolent intelligence, their crude weapons somehow achieving devastating effectiveness through principles that violated several fundamental laws of Imperial science. Their vehicles should not have been capable of atmospheric flight, yet they soared through burning skies with the graceless efficiency of thrown rocks. Their starships should have torn themselves apart under the stress of warp translation, yet they emerged from the immaterium intact and ready for battle. Most troubling of all was their leader, a massive war boss whose exploits had already entered legend among the few Imperial survivors who had witnessed his fury and lived to report it. Scarfang, the Worldbreaker, stood 3 times the height of a normal Orc, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming with the dull malice of weapons designed for nothing but destruction. Where he walked, entire continents fell silent beneath the weight of his "Whoa!" inexorable advance. Vader found the 3 Primarchs waiting for him aboard Vulcan's flagship, the Forge Hammer, their combined presence filling the vessel's strategium with barely contained power that made the air itself seem to vibrate with potential energy. Each represented a different approach to warfare, yet all had proven their effectiveness across countless battles during the Great Crusade's long years of expansion. Vulcan of the Salamanders greeted him with genuine warmth, his dark features lighting up with the smith's appreciation for fine craftsmanship as he studied Vader's cybernetic enhancements and mysterious weapons. The Primarch's concern for civilian casualties had already manifested in defensive preparations that prioritized evacuation of non-combatants over simple military objectives. Ferrus Manus proved more reserved in his assessment, the Iron Hands Primarch evaluating Vader with the calculating precision of an engineer examining an unfamiliar mechanism. His metallic hands gleamed with the same technological sophistication that characterized his legion, while his dark eyes sought to understand how flesh and machine could be integrated with such apparent seamlessness. Leman Russ completed the trinity with the Wolf King's characteristic directness, his scarred features bearing the easy confidence of one who had never met an enemy that could not be solved through the application of sufficient violence. Yet beneath his savage exterior lay tactical acumen that had won 100 worlds for the Emperor's dominion. "So you are the one Father has chosen to coordinate our response," Russ said, without preamble, his voice carrying the rough cadence of Fenris, while his pale eyes studied Vader with predatory intensity. "I confess myself curious about what manner of being commands such confidence from the All-Father." Vader inclined his head respectfully, recognizing both challenge and opportunity in the Wolf King's words. These were not subordinates to be commanded, but allies to be convinced, each possessing capabilities that could either ensure victory or guarantee defeat, depending on how skillfully they were coordinated. "I am a servant of the Emperor's will," Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying quiet authority across the strategium. "My purpose is not to replace your judgment, but to coordinate your efforts toward maximum effectiveness against our common enemy. The orcs succeed through unity of purpose. We will defeat them through unity of action. The assault began 6 hours later, as combined Imperial fleets translated from the warp at carefully coordinated points throughout the contested systems. Vader's strategy unfolded like a complex piece of clockwork, each element precisely timed to maximize psychological as well as tactical impact on the Orcish forces. The Iron Hands struck first at the enemy's technological infrastructure, Ferrus Manus leading precision assaults against the crude shipyards and weapon foundries that sustained the war's advance. His warriors moved with mechanical precision through facilities that violated every principle of safe engineering, dismantling alien technology while their Primarch dueled Orc mech boys whose cybernetic enhancements rivaled his own. Simultaneously, the Salamanders began systematic evacuation of civilian populations from contested worlds, Vulcan's forces establishing fortified corridors that allowed non-combatants to reach orbital transports before the fighting intensified. The Primarch's personal involvement in rescue operations inspired his warriors to feats of heroism that would enter Legion legend. The Space Wolves served as the hammer that would shatter Orcish cohesion once their support structure had been disrupted, Leman Russ preparing his companies for the kind of close-quarters combat that played to their savage strengths. Yet even the Wolf King recognized the need for coordination, restraining his warriors' natural aggression until the moment when it could achieve maximum effect. Vader coordinated this three-pronged assault from a position that allowed him to monitor all theaters simultaneously, his force abilities providing insights into enemy movements that conventional sensors could not detect. Through careful observation of Orcish deployment patterns, he identified the key moments when concentrated pressure could shatter their crude but effective command structure. The first major breakthrough came when Iron Hands Terminators successfully captured an Orcish communications nexus intact, providing access to the enemy's crude but surprisingly effective coordination protocols. Analysis of these communications revealed the location of Scarfang's personal stronghold, a massive fortress city that served as both command center and spiritual focus for the entire. "There," Vader announced, pointing toward tactical displays that showed the fortress rising from a landscape scarred by industrial excess. "Eliminate Scarfang, and their unity collapses into competing factions. Yet the approach must be carefully planned. Direct assault will result in massive casualties among both our forces and any surviving civilians." Vulcan nodded, his dark features showing grim satisfaction at this confirmation of his own tactical analysis. The Salamanders had already begun scouting operations around the fortress, identifying thousands of human prisoners being held within its crude walls. Any attack that failed to account for their safety would transform victory into moral defeat. Yet it was Ferrus Manus who identified the critical weakness in Vader's otherwise flawless strategy. The Iron Hands Primarch studied the fortress schematics with an engineer's eye for structural vulnerabilities, noting load-bearing points that could be exploited to bring down the entire complex. "The thermal exhaust ports," Ferrus observed, his metallic fingers tracing energy flow patterns on the tactical display. Scarfang's fortress relies on geothermal power, drawn from the planet's core. Disrupt the primary intake manifolds, and the resulting explosion will level everything within a 50-kilometer radius. The observation hung in the air between them, like a blade balanced on its edge, its implications clear to every being present. Such an approach would guarantee Scarfang's destruction, yet it would also kill every human prisoner held within the fortress walls. Victory achieved through acceptable losses, measured by the cold calculus that governed warfare among the stars. Vader studied the schematics, feeling echoes of choices that had defined his previous service to masters who valued results over methods. Palpatine would have ordered the strike without hesitation, dismissing civilian casualties as necessary sacrifices for the greater good. Yet something in the Emperor's teachings suggested a different approach might be possible. "No," Vader said finally, his voice carrying quiet certainty that surprised even himself. "We will find another way. The rescue of Imperial citizens takes precedence over the convenience of our assault." Leman Russ laughed, the sound carrying genuine appreciation for what he had just witnessed. Few beings would have chosen the more difficult path when an easier alternative presented itself. Fewer still would have done so when facing enemies who showed no mercy to the conquered. "Spoken like a true son of the All-Father," the Wolf King declared, his scarred features showing unexpected respect. "Very well, Lord Vader. How do you propose we crack this particular nut without roasting the meat inside?" The answer came from careful analysis of Orcish behavioral patterns combined with insights that only the Force could provide. Through patient observation of the fortress's defensive arrangements, Vader identified a weakness that had nothing to do with structural engineering: Scarfang's overwhelming pride in personal combat. The war boss had never been defeated in single combat, a record that formed the foundation of his authority over the disparate clans that comprised his war. Challenge him to personal battle, and his ego would demand acceptance, regardless of tactical considerations. During the confusion of such a duel, rescue operations could extract the human prisoners, while the main assault prepared to exploit whatever opportunities arose. "I will face Scarfang alone," Vader announced, his words sending shockwaves through the assembled commanders. "While he focuses on personal combat, your forces will execute coordinated rescue operations, followed by systematic dismantling of his defensive positions." The plan carried risks that bordered on madness, yet its very audacity might provide the element of surprise necessary to succeed where conventional approaches had failed. A single warrior challenging the leader of the largest Orc war in recorded history represented either brilliant strategy or elaborate suicide, though perhaps the distinction mattered less than the human lives that hung in the balance. The assault began at dawn, as Vader's personal transport descended through skies that blazed with the fury of orbital bombardment. Salamander's drop pods fell like meteors around the fortress perimeter, while Iron Hand's infiltration teams moved to secure evacuation routes for the human prisoners. Behind them came the Space Wolves, held in reserve until the moment when their savage fury could achieve maximum effect. Scarfang met Vader in the fortress's central courtyard, a space large enough to accommodate the massive war boss, while providing clear sightlines for the crude spectacle that Orcish culture demanded. The alien warlord stood nearly 4 meters tall, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming with malevolent intelligence, while his massive chopper dripped with the blood of previous victims. "So the Humies send a tin can to face Scarfang," the war boss bellowed, his voice echoing across the courtyard with destructive force. "I'll crack you open and see what makes the gears turn, little metal man." Vader's lightsaber ignited with its familiar snap hiss, the crimson blade casting bloody light across alien architecture that violated every principle of aesthetic sensibility. Through the Force, he sensed the massive presence that radiated from this crude yet effective killing machine, recognizing in Scarfang's brutal directness an opponent whose strength lay not in subtlety, but in overwhelming physical power. The duel that followed shook the fortress to its foundations, lightsaber clashing against chopper, while the Force battled against Orcish physiology that seemed designed specifically to resist exotic attacks. Scarfang's crude weapons should not have been able to parry energy blades, yet alien technology combined with savage determination to create defenses that challenged even Vader's considerable abilities. For the first time since arriving in this galaxy, Vader found himself outmatched in pure physical combat. Scarfang's strength exceeded even his enhanced capabilities, while the war boss's crude cunning allowed him to anticipate attacks that should have been impossible to predict. Each blow that connected sent shockwaves through Vader's cybernetic systems, warning indicators flashing as damage accumulated beyond his ability to compensate. The end came with devastating suddenness, as Scarfang's massive fist connected with Vader's chest plate, sending him flying across the courtyard to crash against the fortress walls with bone-breaking force. Warning alarms screamed through his helmet as life support systems struggled to maintain function, while the war boss advanced with the confidence of a predator, moving in for the kill. Yet it was in that moment of apparent defeat that Vader experienced a revelation that would reshape his understanding of what it meant to serve the Emperor's cause. As consciousness flickered between awareness and darkness, he heard the sounds of battle from the fortress's outer walls. Space Marines fighting desperately to extract human prisoners, while Imperial Guard units coordinated defensive actions that would buy time for evacuation operations. They were fighting for him, not for the strategic objectives that his tactical genius might achieve, but for him personally, risking their lives to ensure his survival, because they had come to see him not as a weapon to be deployed, but as a leader worth following. The recognition struck him with greater force than any physical blow, rewriting fundamental assumptions about the nature of loyalty and command. When Vulcan's Terminator squad broke through the courtyard's defensive barriers, they found Vader rising from rubble that should have crushed any normal being, his lightsaber reigniting with renewed purpose as he prepared to continue a battle that had already achieved its true objective. The Salamander's intervention provided the distraction he needed to reach the fortress's central power core, where choices awaited that would define the remainder of his service to the Emperor. The thermal exhaust ports lay exposed before him, their destruction requiring only a single force-guided strike to trigger the cascade failure that would level the entire complex. Scarfang's death was assured. The Warg's leadership would collapse into factional warfare, and Imperial forces could withdraw with minimal casualties. Victory achieved through the application of overwhelming force, exactly as his previous masters would have demanded. Yet the sensors in his helmet showed thousands of human life signs throughout the fortress, prisoners whose evacuation remained incomplete despite the Salamander's heroic efforts. Destroying the power core would eliminate the Orc threat, but it would also kill every Imperial citizen still trapped within these walls. The choice between tactical victory and moral responsibility demanded an answer he was finally prepared to give. Vader's lightsaber carved through structural supports with surgical precision, but not those that would trigger total collapse. Instead, he targeted systems that would disable the fortress's defenses while leaving its basic structure intact, creating opportunities for continued evacuation while denying Scarfang the technological advantages that sustained his authority. The war boss arrived to find his stronghold systematically dismantled rather than destroyed, his rage at this unprecedented humiliation driving him to attacks that lacked even his usual crude cunning. In that fury, Vader found the opening he needed to end their duel with a strike that severed the alien's head from his shoulders, though victory carried a bitter taste that spoke to opportunities forever lost. Scarfang's death triggered exactly the factional collapse that tactical analysis had predicted, yet the Orc, escaped complete destruction because its leadership structure remained partially intact. Thousands of alien vessels fled toward the galaxy's outer rim, carrying the seeds of future conflicts that might have been prevented through more ruthless action. Yet as Imperial forces completed evacuation of the fortress and began counting the human lives saved through Vader's restraint, a different kind of victory emerged from what conventional wisdom would have termed strategic failure. 47,000 imperial citizens owed their survival to choices that placed their welfare above military convenience, while 3 Primarchs had witnessed leadership that transcended simple tactical competence. "You could have ended it," Vulcan observed, as they stood together in the fortress's ruins, watching evacuation transports carry survivors toward orbital safety. "One strike, and the entire threat would have been eliminated. Yet you chose a more difficult path." Vader nodded, his attention focused on the transport streams that carried testament to choices that defined character more clearly than any victory against alien enemies. For the first time since kneeling in the ashes of Lucius, he felt something approaching peace with the path he had chosen to follow. The Emperor spoke of serving causes greater than personal ambition, Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying new conviction. "Today I learned that some victories are worth less than the methods used to achieve them. Perhaps that lesson was worth more than any tactical triumph." The journey back to Terra passed in contemplative silence, broken only by reports that detailed both the strategic consequences of incomplete victory and the human costs avoided through principled restraint. When the Emperor summoned Vader for private audience upon their return, his expression suggested evaluation that transcended simple tactical analysis. "You chose protection over glory," the Emperor observed, his golden radiance carrying approval that warmed Vader to the core of his artificial heart. "Mercy over expedience, the preservation of innocent life over the convenience of overwhelming force. These are the qualities that separate servants from slaves, tools from trusted allies." Vader knelt before the golden throne, feeling the weight of recognition that no previous master had ever offered. In Palpatine's service, mercy had been weakness and restraint had been failure. Yet here, in the presence of a being whose power transcended any he had previously witnessed, those same qualities were praised as evidence of growth toward something greater than simple obedience. "I begin to understand, my Emperor," Vader said, his words carrying the certainty of hard-won wisdom. "True strength lies not in the power to destroy, but in the wisdom to preserve what deserves protection." The Emperor's smile carried satisfaction that suggested this particular lesson had been the point of the entire exercise, a test whose true nature had remained hidden until the moment when choice revealed character more clearly than any demonstration of capability. Yet beneath his approval lay currents of concern that spoke to trials ahead, whose magnitude would dwarf even the challenges that had brought them to this moment. The war without end continued, but at least one soul had found its way back from darkness into something approaching light. The inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace lay hidden behind layers of reality that existed in dimensions beyond mortal comprehension, a chamber where the Emperor's true power could manifest without the restraints that limited his presence in the material realm. Here, within walls that had been shaped by will rather than crafted by hands, the master of mankind contemplated truths that would have driven lesser minds to madness. Today, these sacred precincts would witness revelations that would reshape the balance of forces across the galaxy. Vader approached through corridors that seemed to bend space around his passage, guided by custodian guards whose golden armor blazed with the same radiance that emanated from their master. Each step carried him deeper into the heart of Imperial power, past defenses that could withstand the assault of armies, and through barriers that existed as much in the realm of thought as in physical reality. The Force flowed strangely here, its currents twisted by energies that predated human civilization. The throne room's inner sanctum proved smaller than the vast audience chambers where the Emperor held court over his expanding domain. Yet its intimate dimensions carried weight that dwarfed the grandest cathedral. Golden light suffused every surface, casting no shadows despite its brilliance, while the air itself seemed charged with potential that made breathing an effort of conscious will. At the chamber's heart sat the golden throne, its mechanisms humming with energies that kept the Astronomicon blazing across impossible distances. The Emperor rose as Vader entered, his massive frame radiating presence that filled the chamber with authority that transcended merely physical dimensions. Yet something in his posture suggested weariness that spoke to burdens carried for millennia, responsibilities that had grown heavier with each passing year of the Great Crusade's expansion. When he spoke, his voice carried undertones that hinted at knowledge too terrible for casual revelation. "Approach, Lord Vader," the Emperor commanded, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. "What I am about to share with you must remain between us until such time as revelation serves necessity rather than convenience. The future of humanity depends upon discretion as much as valor in the trials that lie ahead." Vader knelt before the throne, feeling the weight of expectation settle around him like gravity from a collapsing star. Through their previous interactions, he had sensed depths to the Emperor's knowledge that remained carefully concealed, mysteries that explained the urgency driving the Great Crusade's relentless advance. Yet nothing had prepared him for the possibility of being granted access to secrets that shaped imperial policy at its highest levels. "I am prepared to hear whatever truths you deem necessary to share, my Emperor," Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying across the chamber with quiet certainty. "My loyalty to your cause has been proven through deed rather than word." The Emperor's expression suggested satisfaction at this response, though currents of concern flowed beneath his approval like dark water beneath golden ice. With a gesture that seemed to reshape reality itself, he activated holographic displays that showed visions drawn from sources beyond normal space and time. What Vader witnessed in those projections would haunt his dreams for years to come. The first images revealed the warp as it truly was, not empty space between the stars, but a realm where thought and emotion took on malevolent life, where humanity's darkest impulses had coalesced into entities that hungered for dominion over the material universe. Vader saw gods of war and change, decay and excess, their forms shifting between configurations that hurt to perceive directly. Most terrifying of all, he witnessed their growing interest in the Emperor's expanding domain. "Chaos," the Emperor said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute truth. "The eternal enemy that seeks to corrupt and consume everything that lives and thinks and dreams. For 10,000 years I have fought against its influence, yet the Great Crusade's success has drawn its attention in ways that threaten everything we seek to accomplish." More visions followed, showing worlds where human populations had fallen under chaos influence, their cultures twisted into instruments of worship for entities that existed beyond moral comprehension. Vader watched civilizations that had achieved wonders of art and science reduced to playgrounds for beings whose very existence violated natural law. The parallels to his own galaxy's dark side cults were too obvious to ignore. "The Force," Vader said, understanding flooding through him with terrible clarity. "The dark side that corrupted my previous service. It draws power from the same source as these chaos gods, doesn't it?" The Emperor's expression confirmed what Vader had already deduced, though his next words carried implications that stretched beyond simple acknowledgement of the connection. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of one who had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations across impossible spans of time. Your previous galaxy fell to corruption because its guardians believed themselves immune to the very forces they sought to control, the Emperor explained, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. The Jedi's emotional restraint and the Sith's passionate excess both fed the same entities, though neither faction understood the true nature of what they served. You have experienced both paths, Lord Vader. That knowledge makes you invaluable in the struggle ahead. New visions replaced the previous horrors, showing scenes that struck closer to home with devastating precision. Vader witnessed Primarchs in private moments, their conversations carrying undercurrents that spoke to growing doubts about their father's vision for humanity's future. Most disturbing of all were glimpses of Horus Lupercal, the favored son whose recent elevation to War Master had coincided with subtle changes in his demeanor that suggested external influence. "Horus," the Emperor said, his voice carrying pain that seemed to age him before Vader's eyes. "My greatest son, and my greatest fear. The Chaos powers know that corrupting him would strike the deepest blow against everything I have built. They work through agents whose identities remain hidden, poisoning his mind with doubts that appear reasonable but lead toward darker conclusions." Vader felt ice forming in his artificial heart as he recognized techniques he had witnessed firsthand during his own fall from grace. The gradual erosion of trust, the reasonable questions that led to unreasonable answers, the steady replacement of loyalty with justified rebellion. Palpatine had used identical methods to separate him from the Jedi Council, exploiting legitimate concerns to serve illegitimate purposes. "Erebus," Vader said, the name emerging from memories of their recent encounter on Karash. "The word-bearer chaplain I fought spoke with the same hypnotic authority that characterized my previous master's corruption. He serves the same entities that once claimed my service, doesn't he?" The Emperor's expression darkened, his radiance flickering with energies that spoke to fury held in careful check. Few beings possessed the insight to identify such connections. Fewer still would have made the deductive leap from personal experience to galactic threat. Yet Vader's unique background provided perspective that even the Emperor's vast knowledge could not match. "Among others," the Emperor confirmed, "Erebus has spent decades preparing the ground for what is to come, corrupting loyal servants through appeals to their virtues rather than their vices. He offers truth to those who hunger for knowledge, purpose to those who feel lost, power to those who believe themselves powerless. The most dangerous corruption comes not through obvious temptation, but through the perversion of genuine need." The implications struck Vader with force that left him struggling for breath within his mechanical life support systems. If the Emperor's fears proved justified, then the Great Crusade faced threats that transcended simple military opposition. This was not war between competing philosophies, but struggle between fundamentally different concepts of reality itself. "What would you have me do?" Vader asked, his voice carrying acceptance of burdens that would have crushed lesser beings. "How does one fight enemies that exist beyond the boundaries of normal space and time?" The Emperor leaned forward, his attention focusing on Vader with intensity that seemed to peer into the depths of his soul. What he found there must have satisfied some crucial evaluation, for his next words carried trust that few beings had ever been granted. "I need someone capable of moving among my sons without arousing suspicion, someone whose loyalty cannot be questioned, yet whose background provides understanding of corruption's subtle methods," the Emperor said, his voice carrying the weight of decisions that would shape the fate of billions. "You will serve as my agent in monitoring Primarch activities, identifying signs of external influence before they can achieve their intended effects." The request hung in the air between them like a sword balanced on its edge, its implications clear to both beings present. Vader would become a spy among the Emperor's most trusted servants, watching for signs of betrayal while maintaining the appearance of loyalty to all. The position carried authority beyond his current rank, yet it also isolated him in ways that recalled the worst aspects of his previous service. "You ask me to betray the trust of beings who have accepted me as an ally," Vader observed, his mechanical voice carrying careful neutrality that concealed deeper currents of concern. "To watch for signs of corruption among those who have shown me only honor. This parallels too closely my betrayal of the Jedi Council for me to accept without question." The Emperor's expression suggested he had expected such hesitation, though his response carried understanding that spoke to wisdom earned through millennia of difficult choices. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of absolute truth, tempered by genuine regret for necessities that served survival rather than preference. "The difference lies in purpose rather than method," the Emperor replied, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. "Your betrayal of the Jedi served your master's desire for personal power. This surveillance serves humanity's need for survival against threats that would consume our entire species. Yet I will not command what conscience forbids. The choice must be yours, freely made." Vader felt the weight of decision settling around him, like the gravity of collapsing stars, carrying implications that would reshape his understanding of loyalty and duty. Through the Force, he sensed futures that branched from this moment like the limbs of some cosmic tree, each path leading toward consequences that could not be unchanged once chosen. Yet it was the Emperor's next action that proved decisive in shaping his response. With a gesture that seemed to tear reality itself, the Emperor revealed visions of futures that waited beyond the immediate crisis. Vader witnessed the galaxy consumed by chaos, its populations transformed into playthings for entities whose existence violated every principle of natural law. He saw terror itself burning, while demons danced among the ashes of human civilization. "This is what awaits if we fail," the Emperor said, his voice carrying the certainty of prophecy fulfilled. "Not conquest by rational enemies seeking comprehensible goals, but consumption by forces that exist only to corrupt and destroy. Your previous galaxy fell because its guardians allowed personal concerns to overshadow species survival. Will you repeat that mistake, or will you help me prevent it?" The choice crystallized with devastating clarity, stripping away all concerns except the fundamental question of what truly mattered in the face of absolute extinction. Vader's previous betrayal had served selfish purposes disguised as noble causes, yet here was an opportunity to prevent catastrophe through methods that served genuinely selfless ends. "I will serve," Vader said, his words carrying the weight of oath sworn in the presence of powers beyond mortal understanding. "Yet I demand honesty about the methods you have employed in service of humanity's survival. If I am to watch for corruption among your sons, I must understand what constitutes acceptable compromise in your judgment." The Emperor's expression suggested satisfaction at this demand, as if Vader's insistence on moral accountability confirmed some crucial evaluation of his character. Few beings would have dared to demand such revelations from the master of mankind. Fewer still would have made their cooperation contingent upon receiving them. "I have done terrible things in service of humanity's future," the Emperor admitted, his voice carrying the weight of decisions that had shaped the course of galactic history. I have allowed civilizations to perish when their salvation would have cost resources needed elsewhere. I have sacrificed loyal servants when their deaths served purposes greater than their lives. I have watched children die when protecting them would have exposed humanity to worse fates. The litany of necessary evils continued, each admission carrying pain that seemed to age the Emperor before Vader's eyes. Yet beneath the catalogue of moral compromises lay a consistency of purpose that had guided every decision. The survival and advancement of humanity as a species, regardless of personal cost to those who served that vision. Yet I have never served myself. The Emperor concluded, his golden radiance blazing with renewed intensity. Every choice, however terrible, has been made in service of goals that transcend individual existence. That distinction separates necessary evil from simple tyranny, though I do not expect it to ease the burden of complicity. Vader knelt once more before the golden throne, feeling the weight of acceptance settle around him, like armor forged from responsibility itself. The Emperor's honesty had provided the context necessary to distinguish between corruption that served selfish ends and compromise that served selfless purposes. The difference might be subtle, yet it remained crucial for maintaining the moral foundation that separated protector from predator. "I understand," Vader said, his mechanical voice carrying new conviction. "What is my first assignment?" The Emperor's smile carried satisfaction that spoke to plans set in motion across timescales that dwarfed normal human comprehension. With another gesture, he activated displays that showed star charts focused on a region of space that had recently attracted unusual attention from Adeptus Mechanicus survey teams. "The Davin system," the Emperor said, his voice carrying undercurrents that suggested this assignment would test everything Vader had learned about identifying chaos corruption. Recent reports indicate unusual energy signatures that match patterns associated with warp disturbances. Officially, you will be investigating these anomalies for potential threats to nearby Imperial worlds. Unofficially, you will be determining whether word-bearer activities in that region serve purposes beyond simple compliance operations. The assignment carried implications that struck deeper than surface objectives, suggesting the Emperor's knowledge extended to specific threats that remained hidden from normal Imperial intelligence gathering. Vader recognized the careful balance being struck: official missions that provided cover for unofficial surveillance, legitimate objectives that concealed more sensitive purposes. "I will depart immediately," Vader replied, rising from his position before the throne. "Yet I suspect this investigation will reveal more than simple word-bearer activities. The energies you describe match patterns I sensed during our encounter with Erebus on Korash." The Emperor's expression confirmed what Vader had already deduced, though his next words carried warnings that spoke to dangers beyond simple military opposition. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of one who had witnessed the birth and death of gods across impossible spans of time. "Be careful, Lord Vader," the Emperor said, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. "What you encounter in the Davin system may test your resistance to corruption in ways that no previous trial has approached. The agents of chaos do not seek to destroy you quickly, but to turn your strength against itself through methods that appeal to virtue rather than vice." The audience concluded with exchanges of formal protocol that could not begin to encompass the true significance of what had transpired. As Vader departed the inner sanctum, guided once more by custodian guards whose golden armor reflected the chamber's radiance, he carried with him knowledge that would reshape his understanding of the galaxy's true nature. The journey to Davin required 8 days aboard an Imperial cruiser, time Vader spent analyzing every scrap of intelligence available about word-bearer activities in that region. What emerged from this analysis painted a disturbing picture of compliance operations that seemed designed to serve purposes beyond simple territorial acquisition. The Devon system itself proved unremarkable from orbital observation, its primary world supporting human populations that had maintained technological civilization throughout the long isolation of Old Night. Yet the moment Vader's transport entered the system's outer reaches, his force abilities detected emanations that spoke to presences that should not have existed in normal space. The investigation that followed revealed evidence that confirmed the Emperor's worst fears, while providing insights into methods that threatened the very foundation of imperial authority. Hidden within Devon's ancient temples were shrines that predated human settlement, their architecture designed to channel warp energies in ways that violated every principle of safe psychic practice. Most damning of all was evidence of word-bearer involvement in restoration activities that had supposedly been undertaken for archaeological purposes. Detailed analysis of their work revealed systematic preparation of sites that would serve as focal points for chaos manifestation, disguised as scholarly interest in pre-imperial history. When Vader finally returned to Terra with his findings, the report he delivered to the Emperor carried implications that would reshape imperial strategy in ways that neither of them yet comprehended. The enemy they faced possessed patience that measured time in centuries rather than years, working through agents whose loyalty had been compromised so gradually that they remained unaware of their own corruption. "Lorgar," the Emperor said, his voice carrying pain that seemed to age him before Vader's eyes. "Another son lost to forces beyond his understanding, though he believes himself to have found truth rather than damnation. The pattern becomes clear, yet the solution remains frustratingly elusive." Vader knelt before the Golden Throne once more, feeling the weight of knowledge that would haunt his dreams for years to come. The galaxy faced threats that transcended simple military opposition, enemies that worked through corruption of virtue rather than appeal to vice. Yet at least now those threats were known, their methods understood, their ultimate objectives identified. The war for humanity's soul had begun in earnest, though its true battlefield lay not among the stars, but within the hearts and minds of those who claimed to serve the Emperor's vision. In that struggle, victory would belong not to the strongest, but to those who remained true to purposes greater than personal ambition, no matter the cost that such loyalty demanded. The eternal vigil had begun, and Lord Vader stood ready to bear whatever burdens it might require. The void between worlds carried whispers that should not have existed in the cold emptiness of space, emanations that spoke to forces gathering beyond the boundaries of rational understanding. From his position aboard the strike cruiser Retribution's Edge, Vader monitored fleet movements that defied every principle of tactical doctrine he had learned during his service to the Emperor. The Lunar Wolves operated with precision that bordered on prescience, yet their recent deployments followed patterns that served no obvious strategic purpose. Intelligence reports spoke of compliance actions that achieved their objectives with suspicious ease, worlds that surrendered without resistance, despite possessing defensive capabilities that should have guaranteed prolonged siege warfare. Supply convoys followed routes that took them through regions where warp travel carried unusual risks, yet emerged unscathed from journeys that destroyed vessels with better navigational equipment. Most troubling of all were communications intercepts that referenced meetings and operations not recorded in any official Imperial documentation. Vader studied tactical displays that painted a picture of efficiency so remarkable it bordered on impossibility, his enhanced senses detecting patterns that remained invisible to conventional analysis. Through the Force, he perceived currents of influence that flowed beneath surface appearances, like dark water beneath ice, suggesting coordination that transcended normal command structures. The Lunar Wolves moved with unity of purpose that spoke to guidance from sources beyond their Primarch's tactical genius. Anomalous fleet concentrations detected in the Davin subsector, reported Captain Torren of the Retribution's Edge, his scarred features showing the careful neutrality of an officer who had learned not to question assignments that carried the Emperor's personal seal. Long-range sensors indicate at least 17 Lunar Wolves vessels in positions that serve no apparent strategic objective. Shall we investigate more closely, Lord Vader? Vader nodded, his attention fixed on display screens that showed the contested region in pitiless detail. Davin's primary world had been brought into compliance months earlier, its human population accepting imperial authority with the resignation of beings who had survived too many conquests to resist another. Yet the continued Lunar Wolves' presence suggested purposes beyond simple garrison duties, objectives that remained carefully concealed from normal Imperial intelligence gathering. "Maintain maximum sensor stealth," Vader commanded, his mechanical voice carrying across the bridge with quiet authority. "I want to observe their activities without alerting them to our presence. If the Lunar Wolves are involved in operations that require such secrecy, then understanding their nature takes precedence over protocol." The approach to Davin required 6 hours of careful maneuvering through asteroid fields that provided cover, while offering clear sight lines to the system's inner planets. What Vader observed during this surveillance confirmed his worst fears while providing evidence of corruption that stretched back months rather than days. The Lunar Wolves' fleet maintained positions that formed a defensive perimeter around not the primary world, but its larger moon, a barren rock that possessed no obvious strategic value. Yet it was the energy signatures emanating from that moon's surface that provided the final confirmation of suspicions that had been building since his investigation of word-bearer activities. Psychic emanations pulsed through space with rhythmic intensity that spoke to rituals being conducted in chambers carved from ancient stone, ceremonies that drew power from sources beyond the material realm. The Force carried whispers of corruption so pure it made his artificial heart skip cycles within his chest. "Take us closer," Vader ordered, his voice carrying new urgency despite its mechanical monotone. "But maintain stealth protocols. What we observe here may determine the fate of the Imperium itself." The descent to Davin's moon revealed wonders that violated every principle of Imperial doctrine, structures that predated human settlement by eons, while serving purposes that remained hidden from casual observation. Ancient temples carved from black stone rose from the lunar surface, like monuments to gods whose names had been forgotten before Terra's sun had achieved stellar ignition. Within their shadowed halls, energies gathered that spoke to presences eager to manifest in the material realm. Vader's personal transport touched down in a crater that provided concealment while offering access to the temple complex, where Lunar Wolves' forces maintained their mysterious vigil. Through the Force, he sensed gatherings of consciousness that carried the familiar taint of chaos corruption, minds that had been touched by entities existing beyond the boundaries of normal space and time. Yet beneath these alien influences lay something more disturbing. The psychic signature of Horus Lupercal himself, twisted by exposure to powers that promised truth while delivering only damnation. The infiltration of the temple complex required all of Vader's considerable skills, his Force abilities allowing him to move unseen through corridors guarded by space marines whose loyalty had been compromised through methods too subtle for their enhanced minds to detect. These were not the crude cultists he had faced on other worlds, but elite warriors whose corruption had been achieved through appeals to virtue rather than vice. They served causes they believed righteous, while furthering objectives that served only destruction. The central chamber revealed horrors that would haunt Vader's dreams for years to come. Scenes of ritual preparation that spoke to ceremonies designed to reshape reality itself through the focused application of warp energies. Here, surrounded by word-bearer chaplains whose scarred features showed the marks of extended exposure to chaos influence, knelt Horus Lupercal in postures of supplication that violated every principle of Primarch dignity. Erebus stood at the chamber's heart, his Crozius blazing with energies that seemed to draw substance from dimensions beyond normal perception. The first chaplain's voice carried across the ancient stones with hypnotic cadence that spoke to powers beyond mere rhetoric, each word weighted with psychic force that reshaped the thoughts of those who heard them. Around him, other word-bearers chanted in languages that predated human speech, their voices weaving harmonies that opened pathways between worlds. "Accept the truth that your father has denied you," Erebus intoned, his words carrying weight that seemed to bend space around their utterance. "Embrace the power that flows from sources beyond his understanding. Become what you were truly meant to be. Not the slave of a tyrant's vision, but the master of your own destiny." Vader watched in horror as warp energies coalesced around Horus's kneeling form, twisted light that sought entry into the Primarch's enhanced physiology through methods that bypassed all natural defenses. This was corruption of the most insidious kind, seduction that appealed to legitimate grievances while serving illegitimate purposes. The parallel to his own fall struck him with devastating clarity, recognition of techniques that had once claimed his own service to darkness. The moment of decision arrived with crystalline clarity, choice between action and observation that would determine not merely Horus's fate, but the future of human civilization itself. Vader could remain hidden, gathering intelligence about chaos methods for later analysis, or he could intervene in an attempt to prevent corruption whose success would doom billions to eventual suffering. The weight of such responsibility crushed down upon him like the gravity of collapsing stars. His lightsaber ignited with its familiar snap hiss, crimson light blazing across the chamber as he emerged from concealment to face enemies whose power transcended normal understanding. The first word-bearer fell before the assembled cultists could react, his life ending in surprise rather than pain as the energy blade separated head from shoulders with surgical precision. Yet the others proved more prepared for such intervention, their own weapons igniting as they moved to defend their sacred ritual. "Kill the interloper!" Erebus commanded, his voice carrying psychic force that compelled obedience even from beings whose loyalty might otherwise have wavered. The ritual must not be interrupted. Too much depends upon its successful completion. The battle that followed shook the ancient temple to its foundations, lightsaber clashing against Crozius, while the Force battled against chaos energies in combat that transcended normal physics. Vader fought with desperate skill against opponents whose abilities had been enhanced through corruption, their strikes carrying weight that spoke to powers drawn from sources beyond the material realm. Yet for all their supernatural augmentation, they remained bound by physical limitations that his experience allowed him to exploit. The word-bearers fell one by one, their enhanced reflexes proving insufficient against a warrior whose training encompassed both Jedi discipline and Sith fury. Yet their sacrifice served its intended purpose, buying time for the ritual to reach its climactic moment while their Primarch ally underwent transformation that would reshape the balance of power across the galaxy. Horus rose from his position of supplication with movements that spoke to fundamental changes in his essential nature. his noble features now bearing marks of exposure to entities that existed beyond moral comprehension. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that hurt to hear directly, each word weighted with psychic force that pressed against the barriers of sanity itself. "You," Horus said, his dark eyes fixing on Vader with recognition that carried both surprise and something approaching disappointment. "The Emperor's mysterious knight, come to spy upon his most loyal son. Do you see what your service has brought you? Reduced to watching your betters from shadows, searching for signs of betrayal where only truth exists." Vader felt ice forming in his artificial heart as he recognized the terrible change that had overtaken the being who had once represented everything noble about the Great Crusade's vision. This was no longer Horus Lupercal, beloved son of the Emperor, but something that wore his form while serving purposes that transcended individual identity. The corruption was complete, irreversible, final in ways that left no room for redemption or hope. "Horus," Vader said, his mechanical voice carrying pain that surprised even himself with its intensity. "What have you done? What promises have they made that could justify this betrayal of everything you once represented?" Horus's laughter carried echoes of harmonics that existed in dimensions beyond normal space, sounds that spoke to amusement, drawn from sources that found humor in the suffering of lesser beings. When he moved, his enhanced physiology responded with speed that exceeded even Primarch norms, corruption having enhanced his capabilities in ways that violated natural law. "Betrayal," Horus replied, his voice carrying mock surprise that concealed deeper currents of genuine conviction. "I serve truth, Lord Vader. Truth that my father has spent centuries concealing from those who deserve to know it. The galaxy need not suffer under the rule of a being who claims divinity while demonstrating all the limitations of mortal tyranny." The words struck deeper than any physical blow, echoing arguments that Vader recognized from his own seduction by the dark side. Palpatine had used identical rhetoric to justify rebellion against the Jedi Council, exploiting legitimate concerns to serve illegitimate purposes. Yet hearing such justifications from Horus carried weight that his previous master's deceptions had never achieved. "The same arguments were used to corrupt my previous service," Vader said, his lightsaber humming with deadly purpose as he prepared for combat against an opponent whose power exceeded anything he had faced since arriving in this galaxy. Reasonable questions that led to unreasonable conclusions, legitimate grievances weaponized to serve destructive ends. "You have been deceived, Horus, just as I was deceived." Horus's response came not in words, but in action, his massive fists striking with force that could have shattered mountains, while his enhanced reflexes allowed him to anticipate attacks that should have been impossible to predict. This was no longer the tactical genius who had won 100 worlds for the Emperor's glory, but something that combined Primarch capabilities with enhancements drawn from sources beyond rational understanding. The duel that followed tested every skill that Vader had acquired during his years of service to both light and darkness, lightsaber work pushed to its absolute limits against an opponent whose strength transcended normal physical law. Horus fought with savage brilliance that spoke to corruption, having enhanced rather than diminished his capabilities, each strike calculated to exploit weaknesses that conventional training would never have revealed. Yet it was during the desperate exchange of blows that threatened to collapse the ancient chamber around them that Vader experienced a moment of clarity that would reshape his understanding of what it meant to serve the Emperor's cause. Through their combat, he sensed the core of consciousness that remained buried beneath Horus's corruption, the spark of nobility that had once made him beloved among his brothers and worthy of the title War Master. That spark flickered with desperate intensity, fighting against the darkness that threatened to extinguish it completely, while crying out for salvation that seemed impossible to provide. Yet its very existence spoke to possibilities that transcended simple destruction, opportunities for redemption that might yet be achieved through methods that required sacrifice rather than victory. The realization changed everything about Vader's approach to their combat, transforming attempts at destruction into efforts at preservation that required far greater skill to achieve. Rather than seeking to end Horus's life, he began fighting to contain the corruption that threatened to consume what remained of the Primarch's essential nature, each strike aimed not to kill, but to disrupt the warp energies that sustained the ongoing transformation. "You cannot save him," Erebus called from the chamber's periphery, his voice carrying psychic force that sought to overwhelm Vader's concentration through direct assault upon his consciousness. "The corruption is complete, irreversible, eternal. Horus Lupercal is dead, replaced by something far greater than your Emperor's vision could ever have achieved." Yet Vader sensed deeper truths beneath the word-bearer's confident pronouncements, recognition that the corruption remained incomplete despite its apparent success. Horus's essential nature continued to resist the transformation, fighting against alien influence with strength that spoke to the nobility that had once defined his service. That resistance provided opportunities that careful intervention might yet exploit. "Fight it, Horus," Vader commanded, his voice carrying force-enhanced authority that cut through the psychic static surrounding the corrupted Primarch. "Remember who you were before this corruption claimed you. Remember the oaths you swore, the brothers who trusted you, the father who loved you, despite his inability to express such emotion." For a moment, Horus's attacks faltered, his dark eyes showing flickers of recognition that spoke to buried memories struggling toward consciousness. The Primarch's noble features twisted with internal conflict as competing influences battled for control of his enhanced physiology, chaos corruption, warring against foundational loyalties that refused to surrender completely. Yet the moment passed with devastating swiftness, alien influence reasserting control through methods that spoke to preparations extending across years, rather than moments. Erebus's ritual had been too thorough, too carefully planned, too precisely executed to allow for simple reversal through appeals to abandoned virtue. The corruption that claimed Horus carried weight that transcended individual will. "You understand nothing," Horus said, his voice carrying renewed confidence as the moment of weakness passed into memory. "My father's vision would reduce humanity to slavery disguised as salvation, eternal servitude to a being whose claims of benevolence mask appetites that dwarf any tyrant in recorded history. I offer something better, the chance for our species to transcend its limitations through alliance with powers that recognize no boundaries." The words carried psychic weight that pressed against Vader's mental defenses, seeking entry into his consciousness through methods that appealed to buried doubts about the Emperor's ultimate intentions. Yet his experience with similar corruption provided immunity that frustrated Horus's attempts at persuasion, hard-won wisdom about the nature of seductive lies that promised truth while delivering only damnation. "I have heard such promises before," Vader replied, his lightsaber weaving patterns that disrupted the warp energies flowing around them. "They led me to become everything I swore I would never be, to betray everything I claimed to value. Your corruption follows identical patterns, Horus. You have become a slave, calling himself free." Horus's rage at this assessment manifested as enhanced speed and strength that pushed their duel beyond the boundaries of normal combat, each blow carrying force that cracked the ancient stones beneath their feet. Yet beneath his fury lay something that might have been recognition, acknowledgement that Vader's words carried truth that remained painful, despite the corruption that clouded his judgment. The end came with explosive suddenness, as warning alarms echoed through the temple complex, Lunar Wolves' forces responding to reports of unauthorized combat in the sacred chamber. Vader faced the choice between continued attempts at redemption and strategic withdrawal that would allow him to report his discoveries to the Emperor. The decision required only moments to reach, though its implications would echo across centuries yet to come. His lightsaber carved through the chamber's primary support structure with surgical precision, bringing down tons of ancient stone that would buy time for escape while serving to conceal the evidence of what had transpired. As the temple collapsed around them, Vader caught a final glimpse of Horus's corrupted features, seeing there a mixture of rage and something that might have been relief at being denied the opportunity to complete whatever fell purpose his transformation was intended to serve. The extraction from Davin's moon required all of Vader's considerable piloting skills, his personal transport lifting off just ahead of Lunar Wolves' interceptors, whose enhanced sensors made concealment impossible to maintain. Yet the pursuit that followed proved token rather than serious, as if Horus recognized the futility of preventing intelligence that would soon reach the Emperor, regardless of immediate tactical outcomes. The journey back to Terra passed in contemplative silence, broken only by the mechanical rhythm of Vader's breathing apparatus and the distant hum of the ship's engines. Through the Force, he sensed the galaxy poised on the edge of transformation, whose magnitude would dwarf every previous crisis in human history. The corruption of Horus Lupercal marked not merely the fall of a single Primarch, but the beginning of civil war that would test the very foundations of imperial civilization. Yet beneath the weight of impending catastrophe lay possibilities that transcended simple despair, opportunities for redemption and resistance that might yet preserve something worth saving from the approaching storm. Vader had failed to prevent Horus's corruption, but he had witnessed the spark of nobility that continued to flicker beneath the alien influence. That spark provided hope that even the fallen might yet find their way back to the light, given time and opportunity, and the kind of stubborn determination that refused to accept defeat as final. The Emperor received his report in the throne room's inner sanctum, his golden radiance dimming as the full scope of the crisis became apparent through Vader's carefully detailed account. Yet his expression showed no surprise at revelations that confirmed fears he had carried for decades, prescient knowledge that had shaped imperial policy in ways that few could have understood. "So it begins," the Emperor said, his voice carrying the weight of inevitability that had been building toward this moment across timescales that exceeded normal human comprehension. "The war I have spent centuries preparing to fight, though I had hoped it might be delayed until our foundations were stronger." Vader knelt before the Golden Throne, feeling the terrible responsibility of having witnessed the moment when hope transformed into necessity, when prevention became impossible, and preparation became the only response that served any useful purpose. The galaxy would burn before peace could be restored, yet that burning might yet forge something stronger than what had come before. "Your orders, my Emperor?" Vader asked, his mechanical voice carrying acceptance of whatever burdens such service might require. The Emperor's smile carried grim satisfaction that spoke to plans set in motion across impossible timescales, preparations that had anticipated this moment while hoping it might never arrive. When he spoke, his words carried the authority of absolute certainty, tempered by genuine regret for necessities that served survival rather than preference. "Now we discover whether the price I have paid to prepare for this war has been sufficient to ensure its successful conclusion," the Emperor replied, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. "The true test of our cause begins now, Lord Vader. We shall see whether redemption proves stronger than corruption, when the choice between them shapes the fate of our entire species." The war without end had begun in earnest, though its true battlefield would be found not among the stars, but within the hearts and souls of those who claimed to serve humanity's future. In that struggle, victory would belong to whichever side could maintain faith in their chosen vision when every alternative seemed more attractive than the price that loyalty demanded. The emergency klaxons that echoed through the Imperial Palace carried an urgency that had not been heard since the darkest days of the Unification Wars, their shrieking proclamation reaching every corner of Terra's greatest fortress to announce catastrophe beyond normal comprehension. In the depths of the command center, tactical displays blazed with reports that painted a picture of betrayal so comprehensive it challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which Imperial civilization had been built. The unthinkable had become reality. The War Master himself had turned against the Emperor's vision. Vader stood before the central holographic projector, his mechanical breathing the only constant sound amid the chaos of urgent preparations that filled the chamber with barely controlled panic. The intelligence reports streaming from distant Istvan spoke of atrocities that exceeded the worst fears of those who had prepared for civil war without truly believing it would come to pass. 3 loyal legions had been systematically slaughtered by those they had trusted as brothers, their gene fathers leading them into carefully prepared killing fields where betrayal wore the mask of tactical coordination. Confirmed losses exceed 80% across all 3 legions, reported High Admiral Wrath of the Solar Auxilia, his weathered features showing the strain of processing casualty figures that dwarfed any previous disaster in Imperial history. The Emperor's children, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus have declared for the War Master. Initial estimates suggest we face rebellion by nearly half of all Astartes' forces. The numbers struck the assembled commanders like physical blows, each statistic representing thousands of superhuman warriors whose loyalty had been corrupted through methods that remained incomprehensible to those who witnessed their effects. Primarchs who had served with honor for decades had embraced philosophies that violated every principle upon which their creation had been based, their transformation into enemies carrying implications that challenged the very foundation of Imperial strategy. Magnus the Red stood silent before displays that showed the strategic situation with pitiless clarity, his single eye blazing with psychic energies as he attempted to divine patterns that might explain the scope of the betrayal. Rogel Dawn's scarred features showed the grim determination that had made him legend among the Imperial fists, though even his legendary stoicism showed cracks under the weight of revelations that demanded immediate response. The attack patterns at Istvan III demonstrate coordination that required months of preparation, Dawn observed, his voice carrying the authority of one who had studied warfare for centuries without witnessing anything comparable to this catastrophe. This was not spontaneous rebellion, but carefully orchestrated betrayal planned at the highest levels of Legion command. We face enemies who know our capabilities, our doctrines, our weaknesses. Leman Russ paced before the tactical displays like a caged predator, his scarred features radiating fury that sought outlet through violence against enemies whose betrayal violated every code that governed Fenrisian honor. The Wolf King's rage was magnificent in its purity, yet beneath his savage exterior lay tactical acumen that recognized the desperate nature of their strategic position. "Half our strength gone in a single stroke," Russ growled, his voice carrying the rough cadence of his home world while his pale eyes studied deployment patterns that spoke to disasters yet to come. "Worse, We face enemies who know every trick we might use against them, every weakness we have spent decades learning to exploit. How does one fight brothers who have become strangers? The question hung in the air like a blade balanced on its edge, carrying implications that none present wanted to acknowledge, yet all understood with crystal clarity. This would not be war against alien enemies whose motivations remained comprehensible even when their methods proved barbarous, but conflict against former allies whose corruption had transformed them into something that remained recognizably human while serving inhuman purposes. Vader stepped forward, feeling the weight of knowledge that might yet prove crucial in the desperate hours ahead. His unique experience with corruption provided insights that even the Emperor's prescient awareness couldn't match, hard-won wisdom about the methods that seductive darkness employed to turn virtue into vice. Yet sharing such knowledge required him to reveal aspects of his past that might undermine the trust he had worked so hard to establish. "I have faced corrupted allies before," Vader said, his mechanical voice cutting through the urgent discussions with quiet authority. "Warriors whose nobility made their fall more terrible than simple evil ever could. They retain their tactical brilliance, their knowledge of our methods, their understanding of what we value most. Yet corruption also brings weaknesses that careful analysis might exploit." The assembled commanders turned toward him with the desperate attention of beings seeking any advantage that might serve to balance scales that appeared hopelessly weighted against Imperial survival. Even Magnus the Red leaned forward, his psychic senses detecting currents of meaning beneath Vader's measured words that spoke to experience earned through suffering rather than study. "Explain," the Emperor commanded, his golden radiance filling the chamber with presence that made the air itself seem to vibrate with potential energy. "Your insights may prove crucial in determining how we respond to this crisis." Vader nodded, drawing upon memories that carried pain even decades after the events they chronicled. The parallel between his own fall and what had claimed the traitor Primarchs was too clear to ignore. Yet understanding those patterns might provide the key to countering methods that had proven devastatingly effective. "Corruption changes priorities," Vader explained, his words carrying the authority of lived experience. "Those who serve darkness believe themselves enlightened, but they lose sight of objectives that once seemed paramount. They will seek to prove their righteousness through increasingly extreme actions, each atrocity justified as necessity in service of higher truth. That desperation to validate their choices becomes their weakness." The analysis struck home with force that left several commanders nodding in recognition, their own observations of traitor behavior suddenly taking on new significance when viewed through the lens of psychological rather than purely tactical evaluation. Yet it was the Emperor's expression that showed the deepest understanding, his ancient wisdom recognizing patterns that had claimed countless civilizations across the millennia of his existence. "You speak of the need to be proven right," the Emperor observed, his voice carrying undertones that suggested this insight confirmed evaluations he had been developing since first reports of the rebellion reached Terra. "They will take risks that rational strategy would forbid, attempt victories that serve symbolic rather than strategic purposes. We must prepare responses that exploit such tendencies." The War Council that followed stretched through cycles that blurred the boundaries between day and night as strategic objectives were analyzed and discarded in favor of approaches that might counter enemies whose capabilities matched their own. The loyal legions possessed advantages in terms of defensive position and clear chains of command, yet these benefits seemed minimal when measured against the coordination and surprise that had already claimed so many lives. It was Ferrus Manus who proposed the response that would determine the next phase of the conflict, his metallic hands sketching tactical deployments across holographic displays, while his dark eyes blazed with determination to avenge the betrayal that had claimed so many loyal warriors. The Iron Hands Primarch radiated fury that had been refined through the forge of his legion's discipline into something approaching weapon-grade hatred. "Direct assault," Ferrus declared, his voice carrying the authority of one who had never retreated from any battlefield in his long career of service to the Emperor. "Horus has revealed his position on Istvan V, gathering traitor forces in preparation for their advance on Terra. Strike while they remain concentrated, before they can disperse across the galaxy to spread their corruption." The proposal carried appeal that transcended mere tactical consideration, offering the chance for swift retribution against enemies whose betrayal demanded immediate response. Yet Vader's analysis of the strategic situation suggested dangers that enthusiasm might overlook, weaknesses in the proposed approach that enemies with intimate knowledge of Imperial doctrine would be perfectly positioned to exploit. "Lord Ferrus," Vader said carefully, recognizing the need to voice concerns without undermining morale that hung by increasingly fragile threads. The concentration of traitor forces might serve purposes beyond simple preparation for advance. Horus knows our capabilities, our response patterns, our likely reactions to such provocation. This gathering might be intended as bait for exactly the kind of assault you propose. Ferrus turned toward him with expression that mixed irritation at having his judgment questioned with grudging recognition that the mysterious knight's insights had proven valuable in previous engagements. Yet the Primarch's fury at traitor atrocities left little room for caution that might be interpreted as reluctance to close with enemies who deserved nothing but swift destruction. "You counsel delay while my brother's blood cries out for vengeance?" Ferrus demanded, his mechanical hands clenching into fists that could have crushed adamantium as easily as flesh. "Horus expects us to cower behind Terra's defenses while he gathers strength for assault on the Emperor's throne. We show him that loyal hearts beat in Iron Hands' chests." Vader sensed the futility of further argument, recognizing in Ferrus's determination the same righteous fury that had once driven his own catastrophic choices on Mustafar. The Primarch's anger was justified, his desire for retribution understandable, yet the tactical situation demanded careful analysis that rage made difficult to achieve. Sometimes the wisdom of restraint appeared indistinguishable from cowardice to those whose hearts burned with need for action. "Then I request assignment to the expedition," Vader said, accepting decisions he could not change while positioning himself to minimize their consequences. "My knowledge of corruption's methods might prove valuable in identifying the traps that Horus will certainly prepare." The Emperor's expression suggested he understood the deeper currents flowing beneath this exchange, prescient awareness that recognized the tragic inevitability of what was about to unfold. Yet even his vast knowledge could not prevent disasters that served necessary purposes in the larger pattern of events, sacrifices that would teach lessons no other method could provide. "Granted," the Emperor said, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. "Lord Vader will accompany the Iron Hands as tactical advisor and observer. His insights may prove crucial in determining how we respond to whatever revelations this expedition provides." The journey to Istvan V required 12 days aboard the fastest vessels in the Imperial Navy, time that Vader spent studying every scrap of intelligence available about traitor dispositions while working to prepare Iron Hands' tactical doctrine for enemies who possessed intimate knowledge of their capabilities. What emerged from this analysis painted a disturbing picture of opponents who had positioned themselves to counter every likely Imperial response. Ferrus Manus proved receptive to suggestions that involved modifications to standard assault patterns, yet his fundamental approach remained unchanged: direct attack against enemies who deserved destruction, regardless of the tactical risks such aggression might entail. The Primarch's fury had been refined into weapon-grade hatred that brooked no compromise with those who had betrayed oaths sworn in the Emperor's name. The first sign of trouble came as their fleet translated from the warp at the edge of the Istvan system, where sensor readings revealed defensive positions that seemed designed specifically to channel attacking forces into prepared killing zones. Vader's Force abilities detected emanations that spoke to presence of corrupted psychers whose power had been enhanced through exposure to entities existing beyond normal space-time, yet his warnings about such dangers received acknowledgement that carried more politeness than conviction. Orbital scans confirmed traitor positions as reported by intelligence briefings, Captain Santar of the Iron Hands reported, his scarred features showing the grim satisfaction of a warrior who had finally located enemies worthy of his legion's attention. 7 legions concentrated in defensive positions that appear designed for prolonged siege warfare. They await our assault. Vader studied the tactical displays with growing unease, noting deployment patterns that seemed almost too convenient for forces supposedly preparing to advance on Terra. The traitor positions possessed obvious weaknesses that invited exactly the kind of attack that Iron Hand's doctrine favored, vulnerabilities that experienced commanders would never have left uncovered unless they served purposes beyond defensive necessity. "The positions are wrong," Vader said, his mechanical voice carrying urgency that demanded attention despite the dismissive responses his concerns had previously received. "Horus knows how we fight, knows what deployment patterns we find irresistible. This entire formation is designed to draw us into assault range of weapons we cannot detect from current position." Ferrus Manus glanced toward him with expression that mixed irritation at continued pessimism with growing awareness that the tactical situation contained elements that transcended normal understanding. Yet the Primarch's fury at traitor crimes left little room for caution that might allow enemies to escape the retribution they so richly deserved. "Then we adapt our approach accordingly," Ferrus replied, his voice carrying the authority of one who had never retreated from any challenge that service to the Emperor had presented. "Iron Hands do not flee from enemies because they prepare cleverly for our arrival. We meet force with superior force, cunning with greater cunning." The assault began 6 hours later, as Iron Hand's drop pods fell like metal rain toward Istvan V's primary landing sites, while orbital bombardment prepared the way for ground forces that would complete the destruction of traitor resistance. Vader accompanied the Primarch's personal strike force, his presence serving both tactical and observational purposes, as the truth about Horus's preparations became apparent through bitter experience. The first wave of Loyalist forces encountered resistance that seemed token compared to what intelligence reports had predicted, traitor defenders falling back through prepared positions without offering the desperate resistance that cornered enemies normally provided. Yet it was this very ease of advance that triggered warnings in Vader's enhanced senses, recognition of patterns that spoke to carefully orchestrated withdrawal rather than genuine defeat. "Too easy," Vader muttered, his lightsaber ready despite the apparent success of their initial assault. "They're drawing us forward, positioning our forces for something we cannot yet perceive." The trap revealed itself with devastating suddenness as concealed weapon systems activated throughout the landing zone, their fire carefully coordinated to create overlapping fields of destruction that transformed tactical advantage into catastrophic disadvantage within moments. Yet even these automated defenses served merely as prelude to the true horror that emerged from concealment, as 4 traitor legions revealed positions that had been hidden through methods that violated every principle of tactical reconnaissance. Vader found himself fighting desperately beside Iron Hands, who had never faced enemies possessing such intimate knowledge of their capabilities, traitor Marines whose corruption had enhanced rather than diminished their effectiveness in combat. Through the Force, he sensed the presence of Horus himself, the corrupted War Master's psychic emanations, carrying taint that made even breathing an effort of conscious will. The battle that followed would be remembered as the Drop Site Massacre, though those who survived would find that memory carried pain too great for casual recollection. Vader witnessed legends dying around him, as Iron Hands who had served for centuries fell beneath weapons wielded by those who had once called them brother, their enhanced physiology proving insufficient against enemies who knew exactly how to exploit their vulnerabilities. Ferrus Manus fought with the fury of a demigod betrayed, his mechanical hands tearing through traitor ranks with violence that spoke to rage refined into its purest essence. Yet even Primarch capabilities proved insufficient against the coordinated assault of 4 corrupted legions whose leaders possessed intimate knowledge of his combat patterns and psychological weaknesses. Vader reached the Primarch's position just as Fulgrim of the Emperor's children emerged from the battle's chaos, his perfect features now bearing marks of corruption that transformed classical beauty into something that hurt to observe directly. The confrontation between the brothers carried weight that transcended mere tactical consideration, representing the fundamental choice between loyalty and betrayal that would determine the war's ultimate outcome. "Brother," Fulgrim said, his voice carrying harmonics that spoke to exposure to entities existing beyond moral comprehension. "You cling to oaths sworn to a being whose vision would reduce us all to instruments of his will. I offer you the chance to transcend such limitations, to become what we were truly meant to be." Ferrus's response came not in words but in action, his mechanical fists striking with force that could have shattered mountains, while his enhanced reflexes allowed him to anticipate attacks that should have been impossible to predict. Yet corruption had enhanced Fulgrim's capabilities in ways that transcended normal physical law. The perfect Primarch, now wielding power, drawn from sources that existed beyond rational understanding. Vader fought desperately to reach them, his lightsaber carving through traitor Marines whose enhanced physiology proved vulnerable to energy weapons their creators had never anticipated. Yet the press of combat made swift movement impossible, each step forward earned through violence that cost precious seconds, while the confrontation between Primarchs reached its climactic moment. The end came with devastating swiftness, Fulgrim's blade finding the gap in Ferrus's armor that decades of combat experience had failed to protect. Vader reached them just as the Iron Hands Primarch fell, his mechanical heart stilling, while his dark eyes retained awareness long enough to recognize the magnitude of failure that his death represented. "Ferrus," Vader whispered, his mechanical voice carrying pain that surprised him with its intensity. "I should have prevented this, should have made you listen, made you see the trap that claimed so many loyal hearts." The extraction from Istvan V required every skill that Vader had acquired during his years of combat across 2 galaxies, his Force abilities providing the edge necessary to guide surviving loyalists through a gauntlet of enemies whose coordination spoke to corruption rather than simple betrayal. The casualties were staggering, entire companies of elite warriors reduced to scattered survivors whose morale had been shattered along with their formations. The journey back to Terra passed in silence, broken only by the mechanical rhythm of life support systems and the distant sounds of medical personnel tending to wounds that extended beyond the merely physical. Vader found himself cataloguing failures that might have been prevented through different choices, better arguments, more convincing presentations of intelligence that had proven accurate but ineffective. Yet it was during the long hours of contemplation that followed their escape that he began to understand the deeper purpose that such disasters might serve in the Emperor's vast design. The Dropsite massacre had revealed traitor capabilities, while teaching lessons about corruption's methods that no theoretical analysis could have provided. Sometimes, wisdom required paying prices that seemed unbearable to those who counted immediate costs rather than ultimate benefits. The Emperor received his report in the throne room's inner sanctum, his expression showing pain that seemed to age him before Vader's eyes, while his golden radiance flickered with emotions that few beings had ever witnessed in their master. The loss of Ferrus Manus carried weight that transcended mere tactical consideration, representing the severing of bonds that had been forged before the stars were young. "Another son lost to corruption or its consequences," the Emperor said, his voice carrying grief that echoed across dimensions both seen and unseen. Yet his sacrifice serves purposes that extend beyond immediate tragedy. The loyal legions now understand what they face, the methods that corruption employs, the prices that carelessness demands. Vader knelt before the Golden Throne, feeling the weight of knowledge that would shape every decision in the war ahead. The galaxy burned with conflicts that would determine whether humanity survived as a species or fell to powers that recognized no boundaries save their own appetites for destruction. In that struggle, victory would belong to whichever side could maintain faith in their vision when every alternative seemed more attractive than the price that loyalty demanded. "The true war begins now," Vader said, his mechanical voice carrying acceptance of burdens that would test everything he had learned about the nature of service and sacrifice. "Not the conflict we hoped to fight, but the one that necessity demands we win." The Emperor's expression suggested satisfaction at this understanding, though currents of concern flowed beneath his approval like dark water beneath golden ice. The trials ahead would test loyalties that had never faced such extreme challenges, demanding choices that would define character more clearly than any previous service to imperial ideals. The war without end continued, yet those who served the light had finally begun to understand the true nature of what they faced. In that understanding lay both terror and hope, knowledge that might yet prove sufficient to preserve something worth saving from the approaching darkness. 7 years of civil war had transformed the galaxy into a charnel house, where brother fought brother beneath skies that wept blood and ash. Yet nothing in those long campaigns of horror had prepared the defenders of terror for the sight that now filled their screens with apocalyptic grandeur. The traitor fleet that emerged from the warp at the edge of the solar system stretched beyond the horizon of comprehension, thousands of vessels bearing the corrupted heraldry of legions that had once served as humanity's greatest protectors. At their head sailed the vengeful spirit, its massive bulk radiating malevolence that made even hardened veterans avert their eyes from its twisted magnificence. Vader stood upon the ramparts of the Imperial Palace, his cape billowing in winds that carried the acrid scent of distant battlefields, while his enhanced senses catalogued the deployment patterns of enemies whose capabilities had been refined through years of warfare against their former brothers. The traitor forces moved with coordination that spoke to supernatural guidance, their formations displaying tactical perfection that transcended normal military doctrine. Yet beneath their obvious competence lay currents of corruption that made his artificial heart skip cycles within his chest. "They come at last," Rogel Dawn said, his scarred features showing the grim satisfaction of a siege master who had spent years preparing for exactly this confrontation. "All our preparations, all our sacrifices, all our losses lead to this moment. The final test of whether loyalty proves stronger than corruption when the choice between them shapes our species' fate. Sanguinius stood beside the Praetorian, his angelic features bearing marks of prescient sorrow that spoke to visions of futures too terrible for casual contemplation. The Blood Angel's Primarch radiated nobility that remained untainted, despite exposure to horrors that had broken lesser minds, his presence serving as beacon of hope for defenders whose morale hung by increasingly fragile threads. "I have seen this day in dreams," Sanguinius said, his voice carrying harmonics that spoke to genetic perfection, unmarred by the corruption that had claimed so many of his brothers. "The choice that awaits us all, the price that victory demands, the darkness that must be faced before light can triumph. Yet even in my bleakest visions, I perceive possibilities that transcend simple destruction." Vader felt the weight of that prophetic gaze upon him, recognition that his unique position as both outsider and insider might prove crucial in the hours ahead. Through their years of collaboration, he had earned the trust of these legendary figures, while maintaining perspectives that their genetic programming made difficult to achieve. Perhaps that difference would matter when conventional approaches proved insufficient. "The enemy brings more than military force," Vader observed, his mechanical breathing providing steady counterpoint to words that carried hard-won wisdom about corruption's methods. "They wield powers that exist beyond normal space-time, entities that hunger for dominion over reality itself. Our defenses must account for threats that transcend merely physical opposition." The first assaults began 3 hours after the traitor fleet achieved orbital positions, as drop pods and assault craft descended through Terra's upper atmosphere like falling stars that promised only destruction. Yet these initial attacks served merely as prelude to horrors that emerged from tears in reality itself, demons materializing within the palace walls through methods that bypassed every conventional defense that centuries of preparation had erected. Vader found himself fighting creatures that violated every principle of natural law, entities whose very existence challenged the foundations of rational thought, while their malevolent intelligence sought weaknesses in both physical and spiritual defenses. His lightsaber carved through substances that existed between dimensions, while the Force provided guidance that allowed him to anticipate attacks that originated from angles that geometry claimed couldn't exist. "The palace's inner sanctum remains secure," reported Captain General Valdor of the Custodian Guard, his golden armor bearing fresh scars from combat against enemies whose nature defied classification. Yet the outer districts face assault by forces whose capabilities exceed our worst projections. They coordinate attacks through methods that suggest supernatural rather than merely technological communication. The reports that followed painted a picture of defenders pushed to their absolute limits by enemies whose corruption had enhanced rather than diminished their effectiveness. Imperial Guard regiments held positions that should have been overrun within hours, their courage sustained by knowledge that failure meant not merely death, but something far worse. Space Marines who had served for centuries faced challenges that tested skills honed across decades of warfare against conventional opponents. Yet it was when the demon primarch Angron materialized within the palace's outer courtyards that the true scope of their peril became apparent. The being that had once been a noble if savage warrior now stood, transformed into something that hurt to perceive directly, his form wreathed in energies that spoke to powers drawn from dimensions where sanity held no meaning. When he roared his challenge to the defenders, reality itself seemed to buckle under the weight of pure malevolence. "Face me, loyalists!" Angron bellowed, his voice carrying harmonics that shattered stone and drove lesser minds to madness through simple proximity. "Come and experience the truth that your emperor has hidden from you. Learn what it means to serve gods who reward strength rather than demanding servitude. Vader descended from the ramparts with mechanical precision, his lightsaber igniting as he approached an opponent whose power exceeded anything he had faced during his service in either galaxy. Through the Force, he sensed the core of consciousness that remained buried beneath layers of corruption so profound they had reshaped the fundamental nature of what Angron had once been. Yet that spark of original identity provided the key to countering abilities that should have proven overwhelming. "I know what you once were," Vader said, his voice carrying across the courtyard with authority that cut through the psychic static radiating from the demon Primarch's transformed physiology. A gladiator who fought for freedom. A leader who died rather than abandon those who trusted him. That nobility remains, buried but not destroyed. Fight it, Angron. Remember who you chose to be before corruption chose for you. Angron's laughter carried echoes that existed in dimensions beyond normal perception, sounds that spoke to amusement, drawn from sources that found humor in the suffering of lesser beings. Yet beneath the supernatural cacophony lay something that might have been recognition, acknowledgement that Vader's words carried truth, even if such truth no longer held power over choices that had been made beyond redemption. "Nobility?" Angron replied, his massive form radiating heat that turned the air around him into shimmering mirages. "You speak of concepts that serve only weakness, Lord Vader. I have transcended such limitations, become something greater than the pathetic creature who knelt in chains before false masters. Now I serve powers that appreciate strength for its own sake." The duel that followed challenged every skill that Vader had acquired during his years of service to light and darkness alike. His lightsaber work pushed to absolute limits against an opponent whose enhancement through corruption defied rational analysis. Angron fought with speed that exceeded Primarch norms while wielding strength that could have shattered continents, each blow carrying force that spoke to powers drawn from sources beyond material reality. Yet it was through understanding, rather than overwhelming force, that Vader found methods to counter abilities that should have proven insurmountable. Angron's corruption had enhanced his physical capabilities while introducing psychological weaknesses that careful observation could identify and exploit. The demon Primarch fought with perfect fury, but imperfect focus, his attacks carrying supernatural power, but following patterns that rage made predictable. The confrontation ended, not with victory, but with tactical withdrawal, as Imperial reinforcements arrived to contain threats that exceeded any individual's ability to counter alone. Yet Vader carried from that encounter knowledge that would prove crucial in the hours ahead. Corruption enhanced capability, while introducing limitation, strength purchased through sacrifice of the wisdom that made strength truly effective. The siege continued through cycles that blurred the boundaries between day and night, as traitor forces pressed attacks that brought them closer to the palace's inner sanctums with each passing hour. Yet it was intelligence gathered through sources beyond conventional reconnaissance that provided the opportunity Vader had been waiting for since the conflict began. Confirmation that Horus Lupercal remained aboard his flagship, coordinating the assault while remaining vulnerable to approaches that conventional tactics couldn't achieve. The vengeful spirit maintains position within the system's inner reaches, Captain Archimus of the Imperial Fists reported, his scarred features showing the strain of monitoring threats that exceeded normal military classification. Long-range sensors detect minimal escort formations, suggesting the War Master believes his corruption provides sufficient protection against assassination attempts. Vader studied orbital displays that showed the flagship's position relative to Terra's defensive networks, noting approach vectors that might allow infiltration by vessels whose signatures would not trigger immediate hostile response. The plan that began forming in his mind carried risks that bordered on madness, yet sometimes necessity demanded choices that rational analysis would forbid. "I request permission to attempt infiltration of the enemy flagship," Vader said, his words sending shockwaves through the assembled commanders who had witnessed enough disaster to recognize suicide missions when they heard them proposed. Horus's corruption may have progressed too far for reversal, yet the attempt must be made before alternatives become impossible to pursue. Dawn's expression showed the conflict between duty that demanded every asset be preserved for Terra's defense and recognition that opportunities for decisive action might not come again. The Praetorian had spent his entire career calculating acceptable risks, yet this proposal transcended normal strategic analysis while offering potential rewards that might justify its apparent impossibility. "Explain your reasoning," Dawn commanded, his voice carrying authority that brooked no evasion. "How do you propose to achieve what entire fleets have failed to accomplish?" Vader activated holographic displays that showed intelligence gathered during their years of conflict, evidence of corruption patterns that provided insights into traitor psychology, while revealing weaknesses that conventional warfare could not exploit. His analysis painted a picture of enemies who possessed enhanced capabilities, while suffering from limitations that careful planning might turn into decisive advantages. "Horus believes himself beyond reach of conventional threat," Vader explained, his mechanical voice carrying conviction that spoke to plans refined through careful consideration. Yet corruption brings overconfidence that makes careful preparation seem unnecessary. A single vessel, properly disguised, might achieve what entire battle groups could not accomplish through direct assault. The mission that followed required assets that existed at the very margins of Imperial capability, a captured Chaos vessel whose twisted architecture had been studied without being truly understood, while its heretical design provided exactly the concealment necessary to approach the vengeful spirit without triggering immediate destruction. Vader piloted the craft personally, his force abilities allowing him to navigate through defensive formations that would have destroyed conventional raiders within minutes. The infiltration of Horus's flagship proved as challenging as anticipated, requiring all of his considerable skills to move unseen through corridors that pulsed with malevolent life, while their architecture seemed designed to confuse invaders through methods that violated Euclidean geometry. Yet his unique experience with corruption provided advantages that conventional training could not have supplied, understanding of how twisted minds approached security, while their enhancements introduced predictable blind spots. The throne room where he finally located Horus had been transformed into something that existed as much in the realm of nightmare as in physical reality, its walls bearing inscriptions that hurt to read directly, while the air itself carried taint that made breathing an effort of conscious will. At the chamber's heart sat the being who had once been the Emperor's most beloved son, his noble features now bearing marks of corruption that spoke to transformation beyond normal redemption. Yet it was what Vader sensed through the Force that provided hope, despite the apparent hopelessness of the situation. Beneath layers of corruption, so profound they had reshaped fundamental aspects of Horus's identity, lay something that remained recognizably human, a core of consciousness that continued to resist alien influence despite years of systematic assault upon everything he had once valued. "So," Horus said, without turning from displays that showed the ongoing assault on Terra's defenses, his voice carrying harmonics that spoke to exposure to entities existing beyond moral comprehension. "The Emperor sends his mysterious knight to attempt what conventional force has failed to achieve. Do you truly believe words can accomplish what weapons cannot, Lord Vader? Vader approached with careful steps, his lightsaber ready but not ignited, as he drew upon every insight that years of studying corruption had provided. This was not the crude daemon that Angron had become, but something far more dangerous. A being whose nobility had been twisted into serving purposes that violated everything he had once represented. I believe redemption remains possible until the moment when choice becomes impossible, Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying conviction that surprised him with its intensity. You were corrupted through appeals to virtue rather than vice, Horus. That foundation remains, buried but not destroyed. Fight the influence that has claimed your service. Remember who you chose to be before others chose for you. For a moment, something flickered in Horus's dark eyes that might have been recognition of truths he had spent years trying to forget. The corruption that surrounded him wavered like heat mirages, alien influence losing cohesion as foundational loyalties reasserted themselves against powers that claimed dominion over his essential nature. My father, Horus whispered, his voice carrying pain that spoke to wounds that no corruption could fully heal. He placed such burdens upon my shoulders, such responsibilities that I feared I could never prove worthy of his trust. The powers that came to me offered strength to bear such weight, yet that strength has become chains I cannot break. Vader felt hope blazing within his artificial heart as he recognized the signs of corruption beginning to lose its hold over consciousness that had never truly surrendered to alien influence. This was the moment that years of preparation had been designed to achieve, the opportunity to salvage something precious from the wreckage of civil war. It is not too late, Vader said, extending his hand toward the corrupted Primarch while keeping his movements carefully non-threatening. The Emperor's love for you has never wavered, despite the pain that your choices have caused him. Return to his service, Horus. Help end this war before it consumes everything we have sworn to protect. Yet it was then that Erebus emerged from shadows that existed in dimensions beyond normal perception, his presence radiating malevolence that made the air itself seem to thicken with concentrated evil. The first chaplain's intervention came at exactly the moment when Horus's resistance to corruption might have achieved decisive effect. Alien influence, reasserting control through methods that spoke to preparations extending across years of careful manipulation. Weakness, Erebus declared, his voice carrying psychic force that pressed against the barriers of sanity, while his Crozius blazed with energies drawn from sources beyond rational understanding. You allow sentiment to cloud judgment that has been perfected through years of service to powers greater than any mortal comprehension. Complete what was begun, War Master. Fulfill the destiny that has been prepared for you. The moment of potential redemption shattered like glass under pressure too great to bear, alien influence flooding back through pathways that had been carved too deeply to close through simple application of will. Vader watched in horror as the spark of humanity he had glimpsed was overwhelmed by corruption that had been refined across years of systematic application. Horus rose from his throne with movements that spoke to fundamental changes in his essential nature, his features showing the terrible merger of nobility and corruption that made him more dangerous than any simple demon could have been. When he spoke, his voice carried authority that had been enhanced through exposure to entities whose power exceeded mortal understanding. You understand nothing of what is at stake, Horus said, his dark eyes blazing with energies that spoke to powers beyond normal comprehension. My father's vision would reduce humanity to instruments of his will, eternal servitude disguised as salvation. I offer transcendence, Lord Vader, the chance to become more than the sum of our limitations. The offer hung in the air between them, like a sword balanced on its edge, carrying implications that transcended immediate tactical consideration. Yet Vader's experience with seductive lies provided immunity to arguments that might have swayed beings less familiar with corruption's methods. "I have heard such promises before," Vader replied, his lightsaber igniting as the situation deteriorated beyond diplomatic resolution. "They led me to become everything I swore I would never be. Your corruption follows identical patterns, Horus. You have become a slave, calling himself free." The battle that followed tested every skill that Vader had acquired during his service to both light and darkness, yet it served primarily as cover for the withdrawal that tactical necessity demanded. Horus had passed beyond redemption into something that required the Emperor's personal intervention to counter, a confrontation that would determine the war's ultimate outcome. As Vader fought his way back through the vengeful spirit's twisted corridors toward the captured vessel that would carry him to safety, he carried with him knowledge that would prove crucial in the hours ahead. Horus retained enough humanity to suffer from the choices that corruption had forced upon him. Yet that suffering had been weaponized to serve purposes that transcended individual redemption. The extraction from the traitor flagship required every desperate skill that years of combat had taught, yet Vader reached Terra's surface just as reports began arriving of the Emperor's departure from the palace's inner sanctums. The final confrontation approached with inexorable certainty, the moment when Father would face corrupted son in battle that would determine whether humanity survived as a species worth saving. Yet as Vader took his position among Terra's defenders, he carried with him understanding that transcended simple tactical considerations. Redemption remained possible even for the fallen, though sometimes such salvation required sacrifices that exceeded individual capability to provide. The Emperor's love for his wayward son might yet prove stronger than the corruption that had claimed Horus's service, though the price of such victory would test loyalties that had never faced such extreme challenges. The war without end approached its climactic moment, though its resolution would depend upon choices that transcended mere military capability. In that approaching confrontation lay both terror and hope, the possibility that love might prove stronger than hatred when the choice between them shaped the fate of entire species. The throne room of the vengeful spirit had been transformed into an arena where gods contested for the fate of humanity, its corrupted magnificence bearing witness to the final confrontation that would determine whether the species survived as something worth preserving or fell to powers that recognized no boundaries save their own appetites for destruction. Reality itself seemed to buckle under the weight of forces that transcended normal physics, while the air burned with energies that spoke to the fundamental nature of creation and dissolution locked in eternal struggle. Vader forced his way through corridors that pulsed with malevolent life, following the psychic emanations that marked the Emperor's presence like a beacon blazing through dimensions both seen and unseen. The battle that raged ahead of him could be felt through the Force as much as heard through conventional senses, powers colliding with such intensity that the fabric of space-time itself seemed strained beyond its capacity to contain such magnificent violence. Each step carried him closer to the moment that would reshape the galaxy's destiny. The massive doors that guarded the throne room had been torn from their hinges by forces that existed beyond normal comprehension, their twisted remains bearing testimony to the passage of beings whose very presence challenged the structural integrity of reality itself. Beyond lay a chamber where the impossible had become commonplace, where father faced corrupted son in combat that would echo across eternity, regardless of its outcome. The Emperor stood in the center of the transformed space, his golden radiance flickering like a candle flame assaulted by hurricane winds, while his massive frame showed wounds that spoke to prolonged battle against an opponent whose power had been enhanced through corruption beyond normal understanding. Yet even diminished by injuries that would have killed any lesser being, his presence filled the chamber with authority that made the very stones beneath their feet resonate with harmonic frequencies. Horus circled his father with predatory grace that spoke to corruption, having enhanced rather than diminished his capabilities, his noble features now bearing marks of transformation that hurt to perceive directly. The being who had once been the Emperor's most beloved son radiated power drawn from sources that existed in dimensions where sanity held no meaning, yet beneath the alien influence lay something that continued to resist complete assimilation. "At last," Horus said, his voice carrying harmonics that pressed against the boundaries of rational perception. "No more lies, no more deceptions, no more pretense that your vision serves anyone but yourself. Here, in this place, beyond the reach of your loyal slaves, we settle accounts that have been building for centuries." The Emperor's response came not in words but in action, his massive form moving with speed that defied his apparent injuries, while energies blazed from his hands in patterns that spoke to mastery over forces that governed the fundamental structure of reality. Yet Vader could sense through their connection something that chilled him to the core of his artificial heart. The Emperor's attacks carried power sufficient to destroy worlds, yet they were carefully restrained to avoid inflicting permanent harm on an enemy who deserved no such consideration. "My son," the Emperor said, his voice carrying pain that seemed to age him before Vader's eyes. "Even now, even after everything you have done, I cannot bring myself to deliver the blow that would end this madness. How can a father destroy what he loves most in all creation?" The admission hung in the air between them like a death sentence pronounced upon the entire species, its implications clear to every being present. This was not merely tactical engagement between opposing commanders, but family tragedy played out on galactic scale. Love transformed into weakness that threatened to doom billions to futures worse than simple extinction. Horus's laughter carried echoes that existed in dimensions beyond normal perception, sounds that spoke to amusement drawn from sources that found humor in the suffering of lesser beings. Yet beneath the supernatural cacophony lay something that might have been genuine sorrow for necessities that corruption had made inevitable. "Love?" Horus replied, his massive form radiating heat that turned the air around him into shimmering mirages. "You speak of love while condemning our entire species to eternal servitude, Father. Your vision would reduce humanity to instruments of your will, slaves calling themselves free while serving purposes they are never permitted to question." The duel that followed tested the structural integrity of the vengeful spirit itself, each blow exchanged by the combatants carrying force that could have shattered continents, while their enhanced reflexes allowed them to anticipate attacks that originated from angles that geometry claimed could not exist. Yet it was the psychological dimension of their conflict that proved most devastating. Love and duty warring against corruption and ambition in combinations that defied easy resolution. Vader fought his way closer to the central combat through waves of lesser demons that manifested from the psychic energies unleashed by the titanic confrontation, his lightsaber carving through entities whose existence violated every principle of natural law, while the Force provided guidance that allowed him to navigate through chaos that would have driven normal minds to madness. Each step forward was earned through violence that tested skills honed across 2 galaxies. Yet it was when a section of the chamber's ceiling collapsed under the stress of supernatural forces that Vader found himself trapped beneath debris that would have crushed any normal being. His enhanced physiology, the only factor preventing immediate death, while his force abilities struggled to maintain consciousness against injuries that threatened to overwhelm even his considerable resilience. From this helpless position, he could only witness the climactic moment that would determine the war's outcome. Horus pressed his advantage with the relentless fury of corruption given form, his enhanced capabilities allowing him to exploit the Emperor's reluctance to deliver killing blows against an enemy who retained enough humanity to suffer from the choices that alien influence had forced upon him. Each strike found its mark with surgical precision, opening wounds that blazed with energies drawn from sources beyond rational understanding. "You cannot win," Horus declared, his voice carrying psychic weight that pressed against the Emperor's mental defenses, while his physical attacks continued their systematic dismantling of divine capabilities. "Your love makes you weak, Father. Your compassion renders you vulnerable to those wise enough to exploit such sentiment. This is the price of clinging to emotions that serve no useful purpose." The Emperor's response came through actions that spoke louder than any words, his form blazing with renewed radiance as he drew upon reserves of power that had been held in careful restraint throughout their confrontation. Yet even his enhanced capabilities proved insufficient against an opponent whose corruption had been refined across years of systematic exposure to entities whose power exceeded mortal comprehension. Horus's final attack came with devastating precision, his corrupted blade finding the gap in divine defenses that love had created, opening wounds that blazed with energies that spoke to fundamental damage beyond normal healing. The Emperor fell to his knees before the golden throne that had been erected as mockery of his earthly seat of power, his golden radiance flickering like a candle flame, guttering in the wind. "Behold the end of tyranny," Horus declared, raising his weapon for the killing blow that would end both Father and the vision he had spent millennia bringing to fruition. "Witness the dawn of a new age, where humanity serves powers that appreciate strength for its own sake, rather than demanding submission to outdated concepts of duty and honor." It was in that moment of ultimate crisis that Vader found strength beyond his own capabilities, righteous fury combining with force abilities to shatter the debris that held him pinned, while his enhanced physiology responded to necessity with performance that exceeded its normal limitations. The sight of the Emperor fallen, wounded by one he loved too much to destroy, triggered responses that reached to the core of everything Vader had learned about the nature of sacrifice and service. His intervention came with explosive suddenness, force powers erupting outward to hurl Horus away from his intended victim, while Vader's lightsaber blazed with energies that spoke to emotions purified through suffering into something approaching divine wrath. This was not the cold fury that had characterized his service to the dark side, but protective rage refined through years of learning what truly deserved preservation in a galaxy filled with darkness. "No!" Vader roared, his mechanical voice echoing through the chamber with authority that cut through even Horus's supernatural presence. "You will not claim him while I draw breath. The Emperor's vision may be flawed, but it serves purposes greater than the appetites of entities that exist only to corrupt and consume." Horus recovered from the unexpected assault with speed that spoke to corruption, having enhanced his reflexes beyond Primarch norms, his dark eyes blazing with fury at having been denied the victory that years of preparation had been designed to achieve. Yet the interruption had served its crucial purpose, providing the Emperor with opportunity to act without the restraint that love had imposed upon his previous efforts. "Father," Horus whispered, his voice carrying recognition of what was about to unfold. Please, remember what I was before this corruption claimed my service. Remember the son who loved you, despite never understanding the burdens you carried alone. The Emperor's expression showed pain that seemed to age him beyond the weight of mere physical injuries, love warring against necessity in combinations that would have paralyzed lesser beings through their sheer emotional weight. Yet the sight of Vader risking everything to defend ideals he had no obligation to serve provided the clarity necessary to make choices that transcended personal preference. I remember, the Emperor said, his voice carrying grief that echoed across dimensions both seen and unseen. I remember everything, my beloved son. That is why I must do what love alone cannot accomplish. The final blow came not as triumph, but as tragedy, divine power unleashed with surgical precision to sever the connections that bound Horus's consciousness to alien influences, while simultaneously ending the life that corruption had made unbearable. It was mercy disguised as justice, love expressed through methods that appeared indistinguishable from hatred to those who lacked the wisdom to perceive deeper truths. Horus fell without sound or struggle, his noble features restored in death to something approaching the majesty that had made him beloved throughout the Imperium. Yet the price of such victory became immediately apparent as the Emperor's own injuries, no longer held in check by force of will, began to claim the life that had sustained humanity's vision for 30 millennia. Vader reached the Emperor's side as consciousness began to fade from eyes that had witnessed the birth and death of civilizations, golden radiance dimming while the weight of accumulated injuries finally overcame even divine resilience. Through the Force, he sensed the approaching transition that would transform the master of mankind from active leader to eternal guardian, sacrifice that would sustain the Astronomicon for millennia to come. Lord Vader, the Emperor whispered, his voice carrying warmth that transcended the mechanical nature of their connection. You have proven what I hoped to see since first we met in the ashes of Lucius. Redemption is not merely possible, but inevitable for those who choose service over selfishness, protection over personal glory. The words carried weight that penetrated to the core of Vader's being, recognition that years of struggle and growth had achieved purposes that transcended simple tactical contribution to imperial victory. Through his choices during the war's darkest moments, he had demonstrated that corruption could be overcome, that darkness could be transformed into light through sufficient commitment to ideals greater than individual survival. My Emperor, Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying pain that surprised him with its intensity. I have done nothing but fail to prevent the disasters that claimed so many loyal lives. Ferrus Manus, the loyalists at Istvan, the countless casualties that might have been avoided if I had possessed greater wisdom. The Emperor's smile carried satisfaction that spoke to understanding that transcended normal perception, recognition that Vader's perceived failures had served purposes within designs too vast for mortal comprehension. When he spoke, his words carried the authority of absolute truth, tempered by genuine affection for one who had earned such recognition through deeds rather than birth. You have done everything that duty required, and more than I dared to hope, the Emperor said, his golden radiance pulsing with each word. Through your example, you have proven that even the fallen can find their way back to light. That lesson will echo across millennia, offering hope to those who believe themselves beyond redemption. The journey to the Golden Throne required all of Vader's remaining strength. His enhanced physiology pushed beyond its normal limits, as he carried the Emperor's failing form through corridors that had been twisted by exposure to energies that existed beyond rational understanding. Each step was agony, yet the knowledge that this burden served purposes greater than personal comfort provided motivation that transcended merely physical limitation. The throne itself stood ready to receive its eternal occupant, its mechanisms humming with potential that spoke to technologies that bridged the gap between science and mysticism. Here, surrounded by devices that had been prepared across decades of careful planning, the Emperor would begin his 10,000-year vigil that would sustain the Astronomicon while protecting humanity from threats that existed beyond normal space and time. "The work continues," the Emperor said, as life support systems engaged to maintain consciousness that would otherwise have fled his injured form. Yet the foundation has been laid for futures that transcend the limitations of present understanding. Through your service, Lord Vader, you have helped ensure that humanity survives to face whatever challenges the galaxy might provide. Vader knelt before the Golden Throne as its mechanisms activated, feeling the weight of recognition that no previous master had ever offered. In Palpatine's service, he had been tool to be used and discarded when convenient. Yet here, in the presence of a being whose power transcended anything he had previously witnessed, his value was measured by character rather than mere capability. "I will continue to serve," Vader vowed, his words carrying the weight of oath sworn in the presence of powers beyond mortal understanding. "Whatever the galaxy demands, whatever sacrifices duty requires, I will ensure that your vision survives to see its ultimate fulfillment." The Emperor's final words before the throne claimed his active consciousness carried approval that warmed Vader to the core of his artificial heart, recognition that his redemption had been completed not through single dramatic gesture, but through accumulated choices that demonstrated growth beyond what any previous evaluation had detected. "You understand now what it means to serve something greater than yourself," the Emperor said, his voice growing faint as divine attention focused on maintaining the psychic beacon that would guide humanity through the darkness ahead. "That understanding is the difference between slavery and service, between tool and trusted ally. Use it well, Lord Vader. The Imperium will have need of such wisdom in the years to come." As the Golden Throne activated fully, and the Emperor began his eternal vigil, Vader felt the completion of a journey that had begun in the ashes of Lucius, and led through trials that had tested every assumption he had ever held about the nature of power and responsibility. The galaxy would continue to burn with conflicts that demanded resolution, yet the foundation had been laid for something that transcended the limitations of present understanding. The war without end had reached its climactic moment, yet what emerged from that crucible was not victory in any conventional sense, but transformation of consciousness that made future victory possible. In the Emperor's sacrifice and Vader's redemption lay the seeds of hope that even the darkest galaxy might yet find its way toward light. The silence that followed the end of the Horus heresy carried weight that pressed down upon terror like the gravity of collapsing stars, broken only by the eternal hum of the Golden Throne as it sustained both the Emperor's failing flesh and the psychic beacon that guided humanity through the darkness between worlds. In the aftermath of civil war that had consumed half the galaxy, those who remained faced the monumental task of rebuilding not merely physical infrastructure, but the very foundations of civilization itself. The Imperium that emerged from this crucible would bear little resemblance to the optimistic empire that had launched the Great Crusade centuries before. Vader stood before the Golden Throne in the hushed sanctity of the throne room's inner chamber, watching as life support systems maintained the Emperor's consciousness, while his divine attention focused on sustaining the Astronomicon across impossible distances. The being who had once walked among his subjects as active ruler now existed in state between life and death, his voice reduced to psychic whispers that only the most sensitive could perceive. Yet even in this diminished condition, his will remained law throughout domains that spanned 1,000,000 worlds. "The work begins anew," came the Emperor's voice, not through spoken words, but as thoughts that manifested directly within Vader's consciousness. What was built through hope must now be sustained through necessity. The dream of enlightened rule gives way to the reality of survival at any cost. You have proven yourself worthy of trust, Lord Vader. Will you accept the burden of helping to forge what comes next? The question carried implications that extended far beyond simple military service, offering responsibilities that would shape the development of Imperial civilization for millennia to come. Vader felt the weight of such trust settle around him, like armor forged from obligation itself. Recognition that his redemption had been completed not through single dramatic gesture, but through accumulated choices that demonstrated growth beyond previous understanding. "I am prepared to serve in whatever capacity serves the Imperium's needs," Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying across the chamber with quiet certainty. "My loyalty to your vision has been tested by fire and proven genuine. Command me, my Emperor." The satisfaction that flowed through their psychic connection carried warmth that transcended the mechanical nature of their communion, approval earned through deeds rather than birth, while his unique experience with corruption provided perspectives that conventional imperial doctrine could not match. Yet the responsibilities that awaited him would test everything he had learned about the nature of leadership and the price that effective governance demanded. "You will serve as Lord Commander of the Imperium," the Emperor's voice whispered through dimensions both seen and unseen. "Alongside Robut Guilliman, you will help establish the administrative structures that will govern humanity's future. Your understanding of corruption's methods makes you invaluable in creating safeguards against threats that exist beyond normal comprehension." The appointment sent shock waves through the assembled High Lords who had gathered to witness this historic moment, few having expected such unprecedented elevation for one whose origins remained carefully concealed from public knowledge. Yet the Emperor's will brooked no argument, and even those who harbored doubts about elevating an outsider to such heights recognized that the crisis demanded approaches that transcended conventional wisdom. Robut Guilliman stepped forward from his position among the assembled Primarchs, his noble features showing a mixture of surprise and professional interest as he evaluated this unexpected addition to Imperial command structure. The Lord of Ultramar possessed administrative genius that had already begun transforming the chaotic aftermath of civil war into something approaching organized governance, yet he recognized that certain challenges required expertise his conventional training had not provided. "Lord Vader," Guilliman said, inclining his head in greeting that carried respect earned through shared trials rather than mere protocol. "Your service during the siege proved invaluable in preserving what we now seek to rebuild. I confess myself curious about how your unique perspectives might complement the work that lies ahead." Vader sensed opportunity beneath the Primarch's measured words, recognition that the task of rebuilding Imperial civilization would require coordination between diverse approaches to the challenges that lay ahead. Guilliman's genius lay in creating systems that functioned efficiently under normal circumstances, yet the galaxy they now faced contained threats that normal circumstances could not encompass. "Chaos corruption works through appeals to virtue rather than vice," Vader explained, drawing upon wisdom earned through bitter experience. Those who would undermine imperial authority will seek to exploit legitimate grievances rather than obvious temptations. Our administrative structures must account for such methods while maintaining the flexibility necessary to respond to threats we cannot yet imagine. The planning sessions that followed stretched across weeks that blurred the boundaries between day and night, as the fundamental architecture of post-heresy imperial governance took shape through collaborative effort between beings whose perspectives spanned the spectrum, from pragmatic administration to mystical understanding of forces beyond normal comprehension. What emerged from these deliberations would define human civilization for the next 10 millennia. The Codex Astartes represented Guilliman's masterwork of military organization, a comprehensive guide to space marine doctrine that sought to prevent future rebellions through careful limitation of individual legion capabilities while maintaining their effectiveness as instruments of imperial will. Yet it was Vader's insights about corruption's psychological dimensions that provided crucial amendments to purely tactical considerations, safeguards against influences that could turn virtue into vice through methods too subtle for conventional detection. Each company must include personnel trained in recognizing signs of spiritual corruption, Vader proposed during one such session, his mechanical voice carrying authority earned through confronting such threats firsthand. Not merely chaplains who provide spiritual guidance, but individuals capable of identifying the early stages of external influence before it achieves critical mass. The suggestion proved controversial among traditional military minds, who viewed such measures as unnecessary complication of proven doctrine. Yet the recent disasters provided compelling evidence that conventional approaches possessed vulnerabilities that careful enemies could exploit. Gradually, resistance gave way to acceptance, as the logic of such precautions became apparent to those willing to learn from recent experience. More significant still was Vader's role in establishing the Inquisition, that shadowy organization whose authority would transcend normal imperial hierarchy, while its agents worked to identify and eliminate threats that existed beyond conventional understanding. Here, his experience with both corruption and redemption proved invaluable in creating institutional safeguards that served protection rather than persecution of loyal imperial citizens. The power to judge loyalty must be balanced by accountability to higher authority, Vader argued during heated debates about the Inquisition's scope and limitations. Those who hunt corruption risk becoming what they oppose unless their own conduct remains subject to evaluation by beings whose perspective transcends immediate tactical considerations. Malcador the Sigillite proved a valuable ally in such discussions, his ancient wisdom providing historical context that illuminated patterns of abuse that had claimed previous civilizations throughout galactic history. Together, they crafted organizational structures that balanced necessary authority with sufficient oversight to prevent the corruption of those who wielded such power. "You speak from experience," Malcador observed during one private consultation, his weathered features showing the accumulated wisdom of millennia spent serving the Emperor's vision. Few beings understand both the necessity of absolute authority and its potential for abuse as clearly as one who has served tyranny before choosing a better path. The campaigns that followed tested these new doctrines against enemies whose corruption had been refined through years of exposure to powers beyond normal comprehension, scattered remnants of the traitor legions who had fled to regions where reality itself remained uncertain, while their hatred for imperial authority sustained them through hardships that would have broken lesser beings. Vader led strike forces that combined conventional imperial tactics with techniques that drew upon his unique understanding of the force's application to military objectives. The pursuit of the Iron Warriors into the Maelstrom proved particularly challenging, requiring coordinated effort between multiple Imperial agencies, while the enemy employed tactics that violated several fundamental principles of strategic doctrine. Yet it was Vader's ability to anticipate their movements through force-enhanced intuition that provided the decisive advantage, allowing Imperial forces to position themselves where conventional analysis would have deemed impossible. "They move like hunters who know they are being pursued," Vader explained to the assembled commanders as they studied enemy deployment patterns. Yet their desperation makes them predictable to those who understand the psychology of beings who believe themselves beyond redemption. We position our forces not where they are, but where they must go, when hope finally abandons them. The Iron Warriors' final stronghold fell after a siege that lasted 17 months, its defenders choosing death over capture, while their demon prince leader escaped into the warp rather than face the judgment that Imperial justice would have provided. Yet the victory demonstrated the effectiveness of combining conventional military force with insights that transcended normal tactical understanding. More important than any individual triumph was the precedent that Vader's service established for the employment of psychers within Imperial hierarchy, proving that beings who possessed abilities beyond normal human capability could serve loyal purposes when properly integrated into command structures that valued character above mere power. His example paved the way for institutional acceptance of assets who might otherwise have faced suspicion or persecution. The Emperor's vision encompasses diversity of capability in service of unified purpose, Vader declared during address to the assembled Adeptus Terra, his words carrying weight that transcended his official authority. Those who possess unusual abilities bear greater responsibility to prove their loyalty through deed rather than word, yet such proof makes them invaluable in facing threats that conventional responses cannot counter. The training programs that emerged from such philosophy would prove crucial in preparing Imperial forces for challenges that lay ahead, teaching selected personnel not merely how to resist psychic influence, but how to recognize its presence before it achieved the coordination necessary for effective action. These techniques, refined through Vader's understanding of both corruption and resistance, became foundational elements of Imperial doctrine. Yet perhaps most significant was the recognition that personal redemption remained possible even for those who had fallen to depths that seemed beyond recovery, a lesson that would echo across the centuries to provide hope for beings who believed themselves beyond salvation. Vader's transformation from fallen servant of darkness to trusted guardian of Imperial ideals demonstrated that character could transcend origin when commitment to worthy purposes provided motivation for fundamental change. "I was once everything that the Imperium opposes," Vader acknowledged during private discussion with Guilliman as they reviewed reports of their expanding success against scattered enemy forces. Yet the Emperor's vision provided the framework within which redemption became not merely possible but inevitable. That lesson carries implications that extend far beyond my individual circumstances. Guilliman's expression showed understanding that such insights possessed strategic value that transcended their immediate tactical applications, recognition that hope itself could serve as weapon against enemies whose greatest strength lay in convincing their opponents that resistance was futile. The Primarch's administrative genius immediately began calculating how such principles might be integrated into broader Imperial policy. "You suggest that corruption can be reversed through proper application of alternative influence," Guilliman observed, his tactical mind already considering implications for future campaigns against enemies whose loyalty had been compromised through external manipulation. If so, then our response to rebellion must include options beyond simple destruction of those who have been turned against us. The doctrine that emerged from such discussions would reshape imperial approach to rebellion throughout the millennia that followed, offering alternatives to the wholesale destruction that had characterized responses during the Great Crusade, while maintaining the firm resolve necessary to counter threats that genuinely required elimination. This balance between mercy and justice reflected wisdom earned through suffering rather than theoretical analysis. As the years passed and imperial administration achieved stability that had seemed impossible during the immediate aftermath of civil war, Vader found satisfaction in work that transcended the mere application of force against enemies who threatened civilization's foundations. His role in creating institutions that would preserve the Emperor's vision across centuries of challenge provided meaning that no previous service had offered. The fortress monastery that he established on the moon of Titan served both as training facility for those who would carry forward his techniques and as monument to the possibility of redemption for beings who possessed the courage to choose growth over stagnation. Here, selected individuals learned not merely how to resist corruption, but how to recognize its presence in others while maintaining the compassion necessary to offer assistance rather than simple condemnation. Strength without wisdom is merely destruction waiting for opportunity, Vader taught his students, his mechanical voice carrying authority earned through experience with both possibilities. Yet wisdom without strength cannot protect what deserves preservation. The balance between these qualities determines whether we serve light or merely avoid darkness. The meditation chambers where he led these sessions carried inscriptions in languages drawn from both galaxies that had shaped his understanding, reminders that truth transcended the boundaries of any single civilization, while its application remained dependent upon beings willing to accept responsibility for more than mere personal survival. Students who graduated from his programs carried these lessons to posts throughout the Imperium. Yet it was during quiet moments, when the demands of governance permitted reflection upon the path that had brought him to such unexpected eminence, that Vader experienced the deepest satisfaction with choices that had shaped his transformation from fallen servant of tyranny to guardian of civilization's foundations. The Emperor's trust had provided opportunity, but the work of redemption had required conscious decision to value service above selfishness. Standing once more before the golden throne, as Terra's star set behind the palace's soaring spires, Vader felt the completion of a journey that had begun in ashes and led through trials that tested everything he thought he understood about the nature of power and responsibility. The galaxy still burned with conflicts that demanded resolution, yet the foundation had been laid for responses that transcended the crude application of overwhelming force. "The work continues," he said, his words addressed as much to himself as to the Emperor, whose consciousness remained focused on sustaining the beacon that guided humanity through darkness. Yet what we have built together provides hope that even the darkest galaxy might yet find its way toward something worthy of preservation. The Emperor's response came not in words, but as warmth that flowed through their psychic connection, approval that transcended mere professional satisfaction, while carrying recognition that Vader's redemption had served purposes within designs too vast for normal comprehension. In that acknowledgement lay the foundation for future service that would echo across millennia. The eternal vigil had begun in earnest, yet those who served the light possessed tools and wisdom that previous generations had lacked. In that preparation lay hope that whatever challenges the future might provide, humanity would face them with resources sufficient to ensure not merely survival, but growth toward possibilities that transcended present understanding. The new order was established, built upon foundations that balanced necessity with mercy, while maintaining the strength required to protect what deserved protection. Lord Vader had found his place within that framework, no longer fallen knight seeking redemption, but guardian whose service would help ensure that the Emperor's vision survived whatever trials the galaxy might yet provide. The decades that followed the establishment of the new imperial order passed with the measured cadence of institutions finding their rhythm, as the Imperium that emerged from Civil War's crucible grew into something that bore only passing resemblance to the optimistic empire that had launched the Great Crusade centuries before. Yet amid the vast machinery of governance that spanned 1,000,000 worlds, one figure remained constant: Lord Vader, whose service as the Emperor's voice had become as fundamental to imperial function as the Astronomicon itself. His presence in the halls of terror carried weight that transcended official authority, respect earned through decades of decisions that placed duty above personal preference. Standing before the great windows of the Administratum's highest tower, Vader watched Terra's sun set behind atmospheric processors that had labored for centuries to heal wounds left by orbital bombardment during the siege's darkest hours. His reflection in the armored glass showed changes that time and responsibility had carved upon his mechanical form, new scars that spoke to battles fought in defense of principles rather than conquest, modifications to his life support systems that had been necessary to sustain consciousness across decades of unrelenting service, augmentations that bore the hallmarks of improvements rather than emergency repairs. The force flowed around him with currents that had grown more complex over the years, carrying whispers of futures that stretched beyond his own lifespan, while their weight settled upon consciousness that had learned to bear burdens greater than individual survival. Through their connection, he sensed the Emperor's presence like a distant star, that divine attention focused primarily upon maintaining the psychic beacon, while a portion remained available for guidance when circumstances demanded intervention that transcended normal administrative channels. "Lord Commander," came the voice of Magos Vox Eternal, his mechanical vocalizations carrying the reverence that the Adeptus Mechanicus reserved for beings whose fusion of flesh and machine approached their ideal of perfection. "The quarterly reports from our frontier monitoring stations have arrived. 12 new incidents of suspected chaos influence, ranging from minor cults to what appears to be coordinated infiltration of planetary governments." Vader accepted the data slate, with movements that betrayed none of the weariness that had been accumulating within his enhanced physiology, like sediment in a long-flowing river. Each report represented threats that required careful analysis rather than simple application of overwhelming force, corruption that worked through appeals to virtue rather than obvious vice, while its ultimate objectives remained hidden until they achieved coordination sufficient to resist normal countermeasures. "Pattern analysis?" Vader inquired, his mechanical voice carrying the authority of one who had spent decades refining understanding of how such threats manifested across the galactic scale. "Consistent with previous observations of Erebus's methodology," Vox Eternal replied, his optical sensors flickering with data streams that painted pictures of corruption spreading through channels too subtle for conventional detection. "The infiltration focuses on individuals whose loyalty cannot be questioned, offering them truth that appears to serve imperial interests, while gradually redirecting their priorities toward objectives that serve different masters." The name still carried weight that made Vader's artificial heart skip cycles within his chest, memories of encounters with the Word-bearer who had orchestrated so much suffering, while maintaining perfect conviction that his service advanced causes worthy of any sacrifice. Erebus's survival of the heresy's end had been confirmed through intelligence gathered across decades of careful investigation, yet his current activities remained frustratingly elusive despite the considerable resources devoted to his location and elimination. "Convene the Ordo Malleus," Vader commanded, his words carrying authority that would mobilize assets across multiple star systems. If Erebus has finally revealed his hand through coordinated action, then we must respond with methods that match the scope of his ambitions. The Inquisition was created for exactly such purposes. The War Council that convened within Terra's highest security chambers brought together representatives of every major imperial institution, their collective wisdom spanning perspectives that ranged from purely tactical considerations to mystical understanding of forces that existed beyond normal comprehension. Yet it was Vader's unique experience with corruption's methods that provided the insights necessary to decode patterns that remained invisible to conventional analysis. "He seeks to corrupt our response itself," Vader explained, his mechanical breathing providing steady counterpoint to words that carried hard-won wisdom about the enemy they faced. Each incident appears to demand different responses, yet their cumulative effect serves to exhaust our resources while teaching him about our capabilities. We must provide coordination that serves our purposes rather than his educational objectives. The campaign that followed tested every lesson that decades of service had taught about balancing multiple objectives while maintaining focus upon ultimate rather than immediate goals. Imperial forces responded to each reported incident with measured application of force designed to eliminate threats while gathering intelligence about coordination methods that remained hidden from surface observation. Yet it was the pattern underlying these scattered actions that eventually revealed their true purpose. "Terra itself," Inquisitor Vex reported during the mission's final briefing, her scarred features showing the strain of processing intelligence that painted pictures of ambition beyond normal megalomaniacal scope. Every action, every corruption, every seemingly random cult has been designed to weaken specific aspects of Terra's defenses. He plans direct assault upon the throne world itself. The revelation struck the assembled commanders with force that left several visibly shaken by its implications, recognition that their enemy's patience operated across timescales that dwarfed normal strategic planning, while his ultimate objective required audacity that bordered on impossibility. Yet Erebus had demonstrated willingness to attempt what rational analysis would dismiss as hopeless, his faith in powers beyond normal comprehension, providing motivation that transcended merely tactical considerations. Vader felt ice forming within his artificial heart as he recognized the terrible symmetry of what was being attempted, parallels to his own corruption that spoke to methods refined through centuries of systematic application. The word-bearer sought not merely to claim Terra, but to corrupt the very foundations of imperial authority through victory achieved in the Emperor's physical presence, demonstration that even the most sacred locations offered no protection against sufficiently determined corruption. "How long do we have?" Vader asked, his voice carrying urgency that demanded immediate response, despite the careful analysis that such estimates normally required. "Analysis of infiltration patterns suggests the assault will begin within the current solar cycle," Vex replied, her words carrying certainty that spoke to intelligence gathered through methods that few would dare employ. Multiple vectors of approach, coordinated through methods that bypass normal communication channels. He comes not as conqueror but as corrupter, seeking to turn Terra's own defenses against their intended purpose. The defensive preparations that followed drew upon every lesson that decades of service had taught about protecting what mattered most while denying enemies the symbolic victories that their true purposes required. Yet, it was during the quiet hours before the storm that Vader experienced revelations about mortality that even his enhanced physiology could not postpone indefinitely. The warning systems built into his life support apparatus had been registering steadily declining efficiency for months, indicators that spoke to cumulative wear that even the finest engineering could not prevent across decades of continuous operation. His enhanced consciousness remained sharp, yet the mechanical systems that sustained it approached limits that no amount of maintenance could extend beyond certain parameters. Time, that enemy which claimed all things eventually, had finally arrived to collect debts that could not be negotiated or deferred. Curious, Vader murmured to himself, as he reviewed medical reports that painted pictures of gradual failure rather than catastrophic breakdown. To discover mortality at the moment when duty demands immortality. Perhaps there is poetry in such timing that transcends mere irony. The final assault began not with visible fleet action, but with reality itself, becoming unreliable in specific locations throughout Terra's defense perimeter. Manifestations of power that spoke to coordination between material and immaterial forces, while their ultimate objective remained hidden until the moment when concealment no longer served useful purposes. Erebus emerged from a tear in space-time itself, his form wreathed in energies that hurt to perceive directly, while his presence radiated malevolence that made even breathing an effort of conscious will. "At last," Erebus declared, his voice carrying psychic weight that pressed against the barriers of sanity, while his Crozius blazed with energies drawn from dimensions where madness reigned supreme. "The false emperor's pet demon comes to face judgment for crimes that span galaxies and lifetimes. Do you truly believe your pathetic redemption can stand against powers that shaped reality before your species achieved sentience?" Vader's lightsaber ignited with its familiar snap hiss, crimson light blazing across Terra's sacred soil as he prepared for what would prove his final duel. Through the Force, he sensed the approaching end of his own existence, life support systems failing gradually, while his consciousness remained focused upon purposes that transcended individual survival. Yet in that recognition lay peace rather than fear, understanding that death in service of worthy causes carried meaning that existence without purpose could never achieve. "I believe that redemption creates possibilities that transcend individual limitation," Vader replied, his mechanical voice carrying conviction that surprised him with its intensity. "My service may end, but the principles it represents will endure as long as beings choose growth over stagnation, service over selfishness." The battle that followed tested every skill that Vader had acquired during his years of service to both light and darkness, his abilities pushed to their absolute limits, while failing life support systems provided grim counterpoint to the supernatural forces that raged around them. Yet it was not through overwhelming power that he achieved victory, but through understanding that his true purpose lay not in destroying enemies, but in protecting what they sought to corrupt. Erebus fell not to superior force, but to choices that placed protection above personal survival, his corruption proving insufficient against determination that drew strength from sources beyond individual capability. Yet the price of such victory became apparent as Vader's life support systems finally succumbed to damage that could not be repaired through simple application of technical expertise. "Ironic," Vader whispered, as consciousness began to fade, despite his enhanced will's attempts to maintain coherence. To find peace at the moment when duty would demand continued struggle. Yet perhaps that is the nature of redemption. Recognition that some purposes transcend the lives that serve them. The Emperor's final audience came not through physical presence, but as psychic communion that transcended the limitations of failing flesh, divine attention focusing briefly upon the consciousness that had served his vision with loyalty that grew stronger rather than weaker when tested by extreme trials. When he spoke, his words carried warmth that transcended the mechanical nature of their connection. "You have exceeded every expectation, Lord Vader." The Emperor's voice whispered across dimensions both seen and unseen. "Your service has proven that redemption remains possible for even the most fallen, that character can transcend origin when commitment to worthy purposes provides motivation for fundamental change. Rest now, my son. Your vigil is complete." The recognition struck deeper than any previous validation, acknowledgement that his transformation from fallen servant of tyranny to guardian of civilization's foundations had achieved purposes within designs too vast for normal comprehension. In the Emperor's final gift of paternal acceptance, Vader found the peace that had eluded him since that day on Mustafar, when choices made in fear had separated him from everything he claimed to value. Consciousness faded with mechanical precision, life support systems shutting down in sequence, while his enhanced awareness maintained focus upon the Force's eternal flow until the moment when individual existence merged with larger patterns that transcended personal identity. Yet in that dissolution lay not ending but transformation, understanding that service to purposes greater than individual survival created legacies that death could not diminish. The funeral that followed brought together representatives of every world that imperial authority encompassed, their presence serving testament to respect that transcended mere political necessity, while their shared grief demonstrated how completely the outsider had become integral to everything they sought to preserve. Robert Guilliman spoke for the assembled mourners, his words carrying weight that formal protocols could not encompass. Lord Vader proved that redemption remains possible until the final moment when choice becomes impossible, Guilliman declared, his voice echoing across Terra's highest cathedral, while his words were transmitted to 1 billion worlds. His legacy reminds us that character matters more than origin, that service can transform even the most fallen into guardians of what deserves protection. The doctrines that emerged from such recognition would reshape imperial approach to rebellion and corruption for millennia to come, offering alternatives to destruction while maintaining firm resolve against threats that genuinely required elimination. Training facilities throughout the Imperium began teaching techniques that Vader had developed for recognizing and resisting corruption, while his example provided hope for beings who believed themselves beyond salvation. Yet perhaps most significant was the understanding that personal redemption could serve purposes larger than individual transformation, that one being's journey from darkness toward light could illuminate paths for entire civilizations to follow when they faced choices between growth and stagnation. The Imperium that emerged from such lessons retained capacity for mercy that balanced its necessary strength. In the quiet moments that followed the ceremony's conclusion, those who had known Vader best gathered in the meditation chamber where he had trained so many to resist corruption's subtle influences. Here, surrounded by inscriptions that captured wisdom drawn from 2 galaxies, they sensed presence that transcended physical absence, while its influence continued to shape decisions that served light rather than darkness. Sanguinius, whose own prescient abilities allowed him to perceive currents that flowed beyond normal space-time, smiled with satisfaction that spoke to visions fulfilled rather than merely concluded. The angel's words carried certainty that transcended hope, recognition of patterns that extended beyond individual existence. "He has found what he sought across 2 lifetimes," Sanguinius observed, his voice carrying harmonics that spoke to genetic perfection, unmarred by corruption. Not the father who failed him through weakness, nor the master who claimed him through manipulation, but acceptance from one whose love transcended the failures that shaped his journey toward redemption. The vision that concluded their vigil came not through mystical revelation, but as understanding that emerged from collective recognition of patterns that transcended individual comprehension. In dimensions beyond normal perception, consciousness that had once belonged to a fallen knight from distant stars merged with larger flows of purpose, while its influence continued to shape events across scales that spanned galactic civilization. The Emperor's love, that force which had sustained imperial civilization through its darkest trials, had claimed another soul whose journey from corruption toward redemption served to demonstrate that no being remained beyond hope as long as choice continued to matter more than circumstance. In that recognition lay the foundation for futures that transcended present understanding. The eternal vigil continued, yet those who served the light possessed knowledge that previous generations had lacked. Proof that redemption remained possible even for the most fallen, that service could transform character in ways that death couldn't diminish, that love ultimately proved stronger than hatred when beings possessed courage to choose growth over fear. Lord Vader's journey was complete, yet the legacy he left behind would echo across millennia, testament to the possibility of redemption through service, proof that even the darkest soul might yet find its way toward light when offered love rather than condemnation. In a galaxy where hope remained precious beyond measure, such knowledge provided foundation for resistance that no corruption could ultimately overcome. The war without end continued, but humanity faced it armed with understanding that transcended mere tactical advantage. The recognition that redemption remained possible until the final moment when choice ceased to matter. In that knowledge lay power greater than any weapon, hope stronger than any despair, love more enduring than any hatred. The light endured, sustained by those who chose service over selfishness, protection over personal glory, redemption over the easy path of accepting corruption as inevitable. Lord Vader had shown the way. Others would follow as long as beings possessed the courage to believe that transformation remained possible for those willing to pay redemption's price.